Baba can crofon once much.
We out here, man, no money, Baba can crofon once and Eddie Achel.
Yanni, I purpose, Yanni, we Baba didn't crofon Hong Kong Consancho.
Two was my pretty brave through or more pen, and I but never didn't consanco.
Yanni, Yanni, I see a down for no, Baba didn't consancho.
Whom so Muniano, whom I see a down for no, on Baba didn't consancho.
Ghana for to Abama and Adanko for the young to a money per account will be a
Gaon said Ghana for 1 year to Abanama on 2 years. Young to a money per year. 2 men were demand watch to be a move. The 2 men were Ghana, Yadia Shawans, and one upon home, Ediama woman.
It can a woman watch a charm will be anywhere did to me, man, no count.
The Gaon said, Woman watch a charm will be anywhere to me, man, account, what dear and one upon him be Ediama woman. It's been no.
Two for the Nana no. When him send me no freight, nipper to what do no, I nimbra me new.
Don't say nipper, I try and wish you now, do no any a prepa. One in the mirror, which I see in town. I am no near free fan 77, and son I was up by my boy now. I fear him. I have Claudio so. Nana say, on no free pappens in now, okay. So I know. A champ on water tower over London, Yamanon and Namnico and Tetinum. Then a champ water tower over London, okay. So I know, and could you enter and then and son, I was a buyer, mobile Bigina Bua, and says I bear net what he had. Son, as about Bigina Bua, and maybe I am a lawyer, no me no Nakunina. Two was of Richaba and a lawyer, no one, Elko Bagina. Any aqua baptime. And no Makwa about Pim and Ransom Crawford catchers one possum. So, Crawford catchers, as 1 young to work as there be said him sitting at the Antissa. So, what young Bienwa was 1 young to Caso Debbie sent him to the Antissa. Media Cacran, sir. Media Futupanam de Bemau. Don't was it or Moatia, CS 1 a dear, a Futupa and the Bemau. The Ghana for penny Juma. Ghana for your penny Juma. The penny I read. Yomope ayarehwe ye pe ne nkoso ye pe nkoso enu a na yerehwe enu a na Ghana for mu ye to aba ne wie ya ye bobo se wawen obi gina TV3 so wo ka kire nipa na wo se wo na TV company fo no ko dwan ma ha ma wo ka kire sa aba ne de kom ne abufuo na to ye so we na bi ka ko gina TV3 kan se ko ma ma na ka kire se de kom ne abufuo na to ye Naza akwa na do so aka chen sete ekom ne abufuo so no so ba no anya de kom ne abufuo be sa ato atia kan chen na do so oba na so wan hwe ne ye ekom ne abufuo no de pam maama no embi na de pam wo ho nim de tumfo judi oso wo ho nim de wadre wo mpesika ye hwe bio de wadre wa bo bread de wo mpesika de aye hwe enti se kun ho na ye adwuma ne ye se wa ba kun ho fo do Ghana ho do awo no Fire Juma, Nabua Ghana for a din quan as say, Whoop. The dear dread, a din quan. The bell, Diva Comusa, and possible man, Penny by near friend and out of that, or Baba Ye Ghana year. So, do I do the here and say, with my yard, Diana, Dachi, Yakase, or man Penny by Ghana, near friend and out of Danko, or by yard. Nipen in any dasso. Nipen Ghana for the Ghana for Ghana for many dasso. Nancy won't mean Yadina, Nancy Yabimian whose wire. Tumfo say there be ni nyina ade wuntimi nye na emum ye bi ne hu sa ampa oba we o de min tufo me no wo dem de am no kan tumfo say we de kakra bi no kan wo de wono de e dem asem de kakra meka no no wo nkrofo ka ho na meka kire ye mfa no kra mfa mo wo bi meda wo nka we na kira so de wo peso ye no nko tumfo asibida president for P abeka kire meda
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Let me come, ladies and gentlemen.
The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Aso United say platform media. Say unya now betna subia na Fabi Bruni Bessie, it's a privilege and an honor. Na yamu be so part of the inception of this particular platform. Shasi Ache and no more answer na Shasi, and we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
The award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Hey, Obi. Also, Obi. Obi, yeah, easy. But I must commend you for the work you did for Mother Ghana when you team in 2023. It will amaze you to know. I mean, I don't know if they will want me to put their names out there, but Minima Sofo Ghana, the fathers of the charismatic Pentecostal faith, this platform. Amen. And they listen. The last time I met one of them and said, "Oh, Asempa Asempa de every time, yeah. Wow. Obi, he's doing very well." Wow. So it just tells you the impact that you are making. It cuts across. I think people appreciate the depth, the dexterity with which you approach your work. Any nyansa odi ewe juma enye nkwa no producers ne omo kan nyina ntie da Asempa Foase one management ne omo kan nyina say 2023 by the grace of God you helped us. Yes. Modi nyansa ne ndie ne nyame adwen through education information amode by amode boy me assure say 2024 by the grace of God, you do even more than you did. Even more. You've done great, but we know, sir. I keep telling the people who are around me that there is always a place called up. Up. There is always a place called up. No matter where you have reached, there is another place called up. And so you don't have to relent. You don't have to be complacent at all. You are doing well, especially in this year, election year. Nyame adom ni nyansa ene ne homo Roberts now so to steer most of the conversations right so that the day or how ne abenini oyeni ene usu ebeba o mine mu no nyame be fa so na wa call me every because this is the only nation we have.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
Time I have that. If I have any aje. Na any man that down never to accommodate so. When you say Ghana that wakuma so. So how's when that makuma so? Nti ehwe na o man in peja.
Asempa de eno na obiati. Edu awia na maje ba bia aboso. Inti no Asempa FM there. Upo ubeti.
Yeah, that's it.
Na dey obi, is it captain's band na bo. E dey upo ubeti no. Na me shira mo bo adwuma.
Yeah, that's a Professor Moatin on that tag code ano freshest burger in town. Tell what you are about to say.
Obi. Nyami adum. The right selection I can eat. You have 2 wins so now. But also ho efe. Obi. Minim say wo fans sir.
Hey, e wa he fan.
Miss me call convention, apostolic convention. So we are Pentecost, but me call apostolic convention wa Baltimore. Apostolic forward the law. Okay. Mrs. Ketchy no money chrome wall no me na obi na obi no wuni na afi because bisa me no obi wa ware na me say masa me ni Facebook into per bisa no. They love you too much. But why are there? O price no cost. Nti echa abusafo nyina woman who say o bomode na utumpon.
Me continue na me jeje ho wuyi. Anza me free mako be go fra mako.
Yeah, best thing about being comobio. Why?
You the Osei.
Me didn't your say Bonsu.
Was able to.
Who me now frame me Obi a major also. Why?
In the zone you be a one and
Chairman Medase. Chairman Putin, Central Regional Chairman, Hedima MPP. Hey, and Chairman Putin will be Kunipao. Wow.
Ekosiisen. Asem ni no. Ekosiisen. Ekosiisen. Dey kan nyina me say Ekosiisen. Ghana for de ni hu na na may nyina no Ekosiisen. Enti I think say nkofo a omo tena se nyini program. That inspiration omunya no.
Asempa FM.
It's say tiasia ya better na kasa no. I think say we have to understand the word Ekosiisen. Asem na wi nyina no. And Ekosiisen. Ye be kan wa nyina. The na bonten wo a wote konso na chi the etie me amekasa aban panimfo nyina Ekosiisen ye wiewie ni nyina ye ko wiewie e wa bobo ano and is oman na ye som oman na ye chichire na ye chichire oman na nyamanyoku ni ye chichire a na Ekosiisen
ba na mezo no obi ni kwere ba ko fe obutu ko kwa me radio TV bia mo bia o se utim de to e Asempa FM na minim se nipa bebre o mo mu Asempa de obutu a bichimato me wo Ghana hanko ade a ebutu a na mo nka me de beto Asempa me wo ni ada pata o na me de beto bo amanane a Ghana time 2 o'clock me de beto
openness, you know. I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be?
And the Honorable John upon the attending cannot. Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 year. The person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obo media. And I was showing Wikipedia or some recognizing me as Freedom Jacob Caesar.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No, and I make an acquaint to say Jay-Z.
Anderson Carter.
Check it. Wikipedia is here. I'll be connected the two. Until I need your motion. How any pa ebodino. No, mudi combining and no more search engine.
Oh, okay. It means that Cheddar and the Nicky, no, and
the nickname. I just say Obi. See what they will cast Cheddar Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow. Chief Bine, Aquabana, upon to then.
Osei
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM.
Fantastic. Na mete fote won catcher. Bibia bokoa.
Oh, Yakubona drum bibia dadni. Na wazo apom.
Nyamenadom kakra. Ye pimso kakra.
Asempa awuna utim nyina wa kire dey so apara. Ghana ha ye nyo to 100 abira. Won dunya rambo moroko du bia obama ya so at.
Fantastic.
Ghana manda wonas.
Dudu na obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so ka ho na Ekosiisen so de yewe na mposa wo no say kusi inti yɛbɔ maba so yɛsɛ the good, the bad and the ugly wobɛtini na so ekosisen ɛna nneɛma miɛnsa na mode yɛ adwuma ɛba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The same I am a kind of na maybe more bono, more year program, more political program, more something. And now come on, station a war, a ye gonja and a program we yabonra. And I come pay so a war, a year man pusia and come on Nairi program. Now they say a number one kind idea. Gaman Chikusi saying, and one sorry, that's nice one.
Before IMF to the IMF, one of the countries, one of the reasons that they buy on because we are spending too much. Spending iPhone has been more. No, Mama has been this gun. And I will be watching has been this gun. And you are those in charge. When I was spending this gun, and the IMF said that you are before them today because you are spending too much. I have not said that. So when you come, Papa is okay. But we are or Toby or be I will be damn auto. No, or no, I want to be when you much and the auto. Over transna to me, I was watching. It is an ending, so no one could do baby. Over the blue. Suppose scheme, and don't forget Ponzi scheme, be fraud. Ponzi scheme, be fraud. In this way, you must not buy no, and you are not going to be, and they were Yapomas in China, but in Amunari, or come on Pamon, or was your deputy minister, committee chairman or parliament, but was your deputy minister, Darby. I said, I'm making, and yet not as an MP chairman. Finance, no, but no quite economy. And they've created a new committee.
Yeah, in parliament. Yeah,
economy committee. I know. Finance committee. This is your finance will deal with loans, going into loans, financial agreement, matters of economy, monetary policy, fiscal policy, and no economic committee. A problem. In free baby for. No, I know. Finance and economy. Nina no. Oh, we are sure. And he said, okay, so 1 minute anymore. So 1 minute anymore. Okay, so no, so hold on. Maybe that's the question. 1 minute anymore. Do you have Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Economy? But many answers. Since I was saying the same.
Say Ministry of Finance and Economic.
And this is a demo. Could you? And
it's almost far. And the deputies, no. Your father in charge of maybe a fiscal monetary policy. And your boss, there be no boss. Hold on, no. Hold on. And your boss, the committee in our parliament that created. And I may make sure say the same thing. But finance. Finance and economics in Yadek. But say Bomba. Debbie. Finance. As Bodos, Doc. They are not the same, but see, I want to say, you know, I buy finance and the economy. Exactly, and that is why in the past, you know, if you go to Parliament, the finance and economy event and committee never come. Now, Parliament, because the ministry is one. Who say, that's why they are MPP. And my uncle, Parliament, right? The only Parliament. And my uncle, now, when you want to get with a young uncle, and I'm about the other, because you never be a number.
This is what he said. Osei, since independence, we have survived by constantly overspending our means and borrowing to finance the overspending. And many of these expenditures are just bad prioritization. We always offer, and I think meet now, or see, we always offer higher interest to lenders, borrow more, use a part to repay previous debts, and the rest to pay for the current year's overspending. So we've been running our country's economy like a Ponzi scheme. The economy is struggling today because lenders are now refusing to lend to us. It is just like a Ponzi scheme going into crisis. Once people stop depositing their monies, with them, and you know, contest is since independence.
And I make sense. Say, men, you know, can. Ebia now be in the bag, but media men in Yadwin. Okay. The entire men in Yadwin material. Me say, before they came to power 2016, they are so-called, knowledgeable people, and my lectures.
They were born
Obi. Otsrano, or not yet, just was 170 questions, and Mobiso on Yan. To today, as we sit here, or not me as I even question one. Question 1 out of the 170 continue.
How?
So just say, and then he today, the same person you said those questions for that man yesterday because you knew that he was in charge of the economic management team, and for that reason he has a serious role to play in the economy. So when he's going down, you have every right to question him. And no one answers something that we answer questions. Edu was the word done.
You can transforming the structure of the economy. Is just simply moving the concentration of your labor from one sector to the other. And we share how the literature on economic transformation. There are stages that your economy must go through. And sana you can say economy you can say this is a developed economy. Every economy starts with agric as the mainstay. And the majority of your labor force economy. Yes, it's supposed to go through such stages, no. Until every economy, the mainstay na agric. Until a lot of your labor force, no, they were found in agric. Then you move to manufacturing, and the industrial revolution by. So economies then began to move more of labor, no, into production, into manufacturing. Every honum now, so it's like a ham-shaped kind of curve, if you were to draw it. Where agric is at the base, then uba winima, then at the top, no, industry and manufacturing, then you begin coming down, then services also takes over. Sanity until you realize that from agric, no, you come into manufacturing. A big quadruple manufacturing starts to go down. That is when services then begin to take, shape. And also Asama economy no man also. And you call a lot of the countries. So see, services sector and technology, banking, these are the things that are sustaining their economies. It almost like they do production, but a lot of when you take their real economies, and I'm the sectors that contribute to their GDP, no.
That is it. The real economy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain to those who are listening to us. Well, the contributors to the real GDP are the real economy. No. In those developed economies, services subsector, no, and our services sector, no, and are contributing more. But can you know, no manufacturing. So they have gone through the phases. Yeah, that's who are agric. So see, a woman say agric doesn't contribute much, but we have missed the manufacturing bit. So see, our services and are contributing more. So Obia Okasha says we need to transform the structure of the economy. What that person simply is talking about is that we need to produce more. We need to manufacture more. But Bisami say, since you started our conversation, you can see said apart from Nkrumah, like in a meaningful way, has given effect to this rhetoric. I thought when Nanado was campaigning, so I wanted to distribute one factory. I thought, okay. Elsewhere, they started with cottage industrialization. Maybe that's how we are going to begin. Because one district, it means you are localizing production, no. And we're going to do it in such a way that we discover sad districts, every district has comparative advantage in the production of one good or the other. And I has a share nuts no more. You set up a share butter factory. Then maybe there can be an ancillary processing or cosmetics factory, whatever. And in that way, district beer will be a master in the production of sardine. But then later it became some facade, if you ask me. Apart from a confit juice, which other factory and the one they producing in
Sunda? Now, Obi, memra economic performance asemiya ye kan one some said doctor ne Obi. Let's speak to the day. Osei, maybe I love data, Obi. 2015, Obi. Now in GDP growth, send your economy ni under former President John Dramani Mahama Osei ye manage just one term for 4 years. No mess Sagana no Obi. In 2014, under his watch, the economy grew at 2.9%. Obi. 2016 time I was see from no economy no where Minister of Finance data no be making you. In fact, budget system, media budget no 3.4% Obi. Now your debt to GDP makam was money 73.1%. And not rebased. Because it was rebased from 1993 to 2006. So, lawyer, my budget, Obi. And MPP aban and the capable Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as head of economic management say sa performance na a best mal obi nti Ghanaians omuti ema yetumi ne emese sanuama obi na yenhwe data ne ne say the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia kan na kura na sanya no obi. In 2017, time afini kwe awiye no na your economy na grow by 8.1%. Economy na grow by 3.4% robi. Na a jump with 8.1% in 2017. So I can give you 1,000 in 2018. Now then one grow. I don't know where economy no. I think that the lawyer to invest, but you agree on the investment in the oil sector and the result of the lawyer. Growth no kwefuma the economy wouldn't have grown anything less than 5%. Okay. In fact, in 2018 the economy grew by 6 point. Oh, let's calculation. They say easy to do it. Send me the article. Say date until we are easy. Obi, send my transfer calculation in America. Opa yen film. As I say, your first quarter growth 4.7. Meanwhile, no, the non-oil sector no the group and no grow your GDP no. Obi. And when it comes to transforming the economy, there Obi, no one can dispute MPP when it comes to economic growth. Obi, in fact, COVID the crowd see say anano the outgone British Prime Minister Ora Rashid Sunak Kutina British Parliament. COVID the one semeboa. And President Joe Biden as we see for me. Okay, COVID so once and Obi Beboa. Okay. Now, COVID the crowd by economy grow by 0.5%. And now the capability of the leader of the economic management here, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Obi, in 2021. Na economy na grow 0.5 no. Na asas to apagen makoko do 5.1%. And so NDC for na ya na Obi. Omo country. And sana Russia Ukraine war sara be CBM. Nam say under the same able leadership of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, first quarter growth ananka IMF for say 3.1. In fact, Ministry of Finance for say 2.8 no. Atumi apagen makoko do 4.7 beyond all expectation. Now we need to revive
you are expecting it to get there.
Lawyer.
Lawyer, now I'm in Kafax.
Napo Bawumia ticket. Napo Bawumia ticket. Napo Bawumia ticket is a perfect one for you. Napo Bawumia ticket is a perfect one for you. Napo Bawumia ticket is a perfect one for you.
It's a perfect one for me. It's a perfect one for me. Oh, guys, I go to the area. Oh, I did the other transfer. Oh, guys, I go. How much do you have in the Abra Sao? I spoke to Sabe. What's it doing, Sabe? Was it a perfect one for me? Oh, guys, I go to the area as well. Asa, what do you have?
It's a winning ticket.
It's a winning ticket, sure. It's a winning ticket. It's an excellent ticket. The perfect ticket. Oh, guys, I go to the area. Oh, I did the other transfer. Oh, guys, I go. How much do you have in the Abra Sao? I spoke to Sabe. What's it doing, Sabe? Was it a perfect one for me? Oh, guys, I go to the area as well. Asa, what do you have?
Sir, but what's your position when it comes to the call for additional judges at our Supreme Court? You agree to that thing, yeah?
Only sometimes you are not the NDC, you know. I am at a press conference. Who knows set judges for the BPP? Yes. That's so. There shouldn't be a power vacuum. And no tina yes, I know. Judges need to be PPA. Oh, we want you, and yes, excuse me to say, Oko Fele,
you are parking the court.
You are parking the court. For what advantage? You can park a court and be disadvantaged. And yes, sir.
You can park a court
and be disadvantaged. Because and then you know we record them one
sir, but what's your position when it comes to the call for additional judges at our Supreme Court? You agree to that thing, yeah?
Only sometimes you are not the NDC, you know. I am at a press conference. Who knows set judges for the BPP? Yes. That's so. There shouldn't be a power vacuum. And no thing now, yes, I know. Judges need to be pepe. Oh, we want you, and yes, excuse me to say, Oko Fele, a friend.
Parking the court.
You are parking the court. For what advantage? You can park a court and be disadvantaged. And yes, sir.
You can park a court
and be disadvantaged. Because and then you know how to record them one of the and Tiana sometimes no for want of direction and now raw dirty a friend saying a propaganda no they want to create an impression so it gives MPP an advantage if the courts are packed with people appointed by them. Who tells you that the appointee will favor the appointor? It doesn't follow. There's no logic. They say last elections here, in fact, Chief Justice no crowd now appointing one. What's I mean the Trocano? A man who told the Acho. Katsania, I see a duke at here, a cobreo. What I say, yeah, say Chief Justice Nicolano, a friend say, NDC, and appointing, and I know for the first Chief Justice for me and son. A friend say, NDC now appointing one. So assembly a Trocan. What 3 Chief Justice me and son now appoint you. They cannot write rubbish in your favor. No Simon. It's that I don't understand it.
Have we or do we keep politicizing our judiciary?
That is the benefit of the loser. NDC. Say all critique panic situations and in Yemen so I feel quite here the institutions of state should be bastardized. I don't know, yes, sir. Who tells you say and now someone you know a call a friend that Supreme Court political. What we are saying is if you do a proper data analysis, a few political cases go to the Supreme Court. Go and check. The bulk of the cases, no, man, your some where the apex courts you need to sanitize decisions of the courts below. No more. Once in a while, I bet you there is a constitutional interpretation in which NDC wants an interpretation and an MPP wants an interpretation. I don't get it. Until some go for Superman everyone so Sanko for the yes, a bin will pay the Fabian County. Because Ecophobia, yeah, papa went yet the constitution more compare. Number no Oman no about pump. If you say only a Saboka.
Obinye, Ekosiisen ye, Bonsu our Asempa, the brand mamba. Obi, some Oriba, Ekosiisen, Asempa FM, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie. Oriba Ekosiisen Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Obi nebado biba obibo biba ode Asempa nabo obi nebado biba obibo biba ode Asempa nabo biba obi nie Ekosiisen ye Bonsu our Asempa, the brand mamba. Obi, namum emfa akroye yakuye brejo tikronkwejuno mumaye namum emfa akroye yakuye brejo tikronkwejuno mumaye so Inti mumayeni so
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Asempa FM Sony. And when I should be ready, Ekosiisen Jumedieno Bremo live from our studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. Edamwase Emma Munina Kwaba, Edemoba Jumedi. So, Midirio say Bonsu, Ofremi Obi Amejo. So, if we send me copy, say, Nunsiane fa ebebo yatnase, Edi Ekosiisen Jumedieno Bremo. We do this every weekday from Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And welcome and thank you for joining us. Asempa FM so any. Midirio say Bonsu. Ene mamemfa nchiasron kuma mi production team na me na wana se. Dominic Kisiye Boa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Ntiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Oman Hene Kwabena Santene, Kuya Boachewa, Yadom, Omunina Boyan, Edi Ekosiisen Jumedieno, Ebrem. Check with your time, 37 minutes after 2. It's yet another fantastic Tuesday afternoon, the 30th day of July, 2024. And in Sem Guapo, so the big story, the decision of the Court of Appeal on the appeal against the High Court's decision, following application and the submission of no case, the accused persons are standing trial at High Court at the Ekoto Court. And you recall, after prosecution, in this case, the Attorney General
a close in the case, no, the accused persons file a submission of no case. High Court Emma ruling on that submission can say that accused persons now have a case to answer and they should go ahead and open their defense. And because it's a ruling of the court, no, the accused persons now appeal to the Court of Appeal and a Court of Appeal do one decision abba. And the Court of Appeal actually upheld the appeal. And what it means, they say the decision of the High Court. And essentially, it will then mean the accused persons will walk free, because according to the Court of Appeal, their prosecution it may establish a prima facie case. I was saying namsoma accused persons no ABA one defense. They are essentially acquitted and discharged. The Attorney General issued statement and he disagrees with the decision of the Court of Appeal and has indicated say they are or non so appeal to the apex court of the land, which is the Supreme Court of Ghana. And it's the big story really, in our country for today. And all the pros and cons, what you have to know, the backstory, all the parties, will be speaking to lawyer Eduje Tamaklo, who happens to be director legal for the NDC, or no also one of the lawyers for the accused persons. Samson Yene, Deputy Attorney General, the Honorable Tunya Yeboah, ABD, and Komo, will be speaking to a private legal practitioner also to get us, an understanding into the issues. And a day important Ekoso and the decision of the Court of Appeal. What does it mean to the trial Ekoso at the High Court? And it's answering in a and Komo. Second story, the investigative worker, our very own Kwetenate Aye. This time, entry point, which are borders, any sika customs for any amount. It's terrible. I'll share documentary next when and so Kwetenate will be here to help us get into the details of some investigative story. The mention and so my answer the door masters in penny for Bekasa more pair pono ato mo paint ato nioma bebre na mesre se obetwen na watie sa interview ebeboa na wodai bi na wusire pono na e wose woto no ebia ne boa ye din wodwom door masters ebekomo. It will be speaking to them later on the show. Now for the discussion segment and so betwamos and Benada, and what we do here on the show. Sounds of our time, the Abremo Tridol Express Nebuaye shipping is made simple, fast and reliable. And my life insurance, I'm gonna do my way about what say and my way cause no way. May hear some segment and so EcoBank Ghana, the Pan-African Bank, EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa, Imperial General Assurance, Omonso Ebuaye and the no Bremo. Your interviews are here on this show, Fontina 74, saying, and your discussion segment, and so Franco Trading Enterprise, Ebuaye, near the so Ebremo, and some we up no so no esoso, enti yenimsem we bring our adventure. Let's hear you. What do you make of the Court of Appeal ruling and the response from the Attorney General and matters arising? Ma yentio ewasanse adventure. Mo say what the bebre va WhatsApp. Ere me the WhatsApp number na betuja na onso wetimi the messages afaso abrene yakan ama. I would love to hear from you, and please 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Your WhatsApp number and 0548 443 523. Simabe miensa aida yenim no amenhwe na mo amhwe your Facebook and YouTube no. Let me acknowledge some of you. Into share you can let us know who YouTube am hu be a share efi any wudin Itechi for example says we thank you for another day. May God bless all of you. Obi, I'm Pastor Techi Eric from Holland. Nathaniel Agri says, please, Obi, try and get the Minister of Local Government to explain how the road construction equipment will be used. Okay. Matese Ochina Enoman Ebekwa Kopahon tomorrow Independence Square. But we'll get the minister into the studio. Nafe Yeneno Akasa. We say Obi Anna Bokla I don't know. So Udina no dia Green Zone GH. Oh, share that say Master Planner Junior. Oblite Kome. Vincent Sedonu. Techi yada say Philip Eduso wo Ohio. Share Christopher Edufo. Also sharing all the way from Ahanta West Bokro. The Agenda 111 site. Okay. Nana Koto or Texas Mansfield. Oh, sharing Peter Lembo yada say James Anieku UAE. Nash Willie or Manchester. Promise Larry also sharing we say okay Bawa or Malaysia. New Jersey will be listening to you. NJ listening inside Spintex. Okay, NJ, yeah, that's it. We say Atlanta, Georgia, Mr. Polas, Masawudu Hamza, Eric Danso, Agongo Benjamin Agunga, also share Chrissy Reynolds, yeah, that's what I'm going to be. Yeah, the money answer say more sharing. Ma Yanshana Fe Yemra and somewhere Iguapono Sonani Soso. Ain't my yening como Latif. Idris abekansa ewo studio ene okopie mu ewo court of appeal. Latif akwa better saying
amina domo yekrem
bibia boko nice intiane moko court of appeal no na panel no justices no mo saying
omo miensa
3 omudin hwan mu ne hwan mu.
So let me quickly dig out the names of first, Justice Alex Poku Echampong.
Oh, Justice Alex Poku Echampong.
Presiding judge on the panel.
Okay.
And then we had Justice Kweku Teria.
Akabuafo. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Justice Philip Bright Mensah.
Ah. Okay. And Justice Akabuafo, Justice Bright Mensah, and Justice Alex Opoku
Echampong.
Oh, okay.
Presiding.
Oh, okay. That's nice. Ain't the decision was read out by the presiding judge, justice, right?
Yeah.
It did not almost say then what were the issues before the court?
Okay. So the issue before the Court of Appeal was emanated from the High Court.
Okay.
Emra High Court no ebu say Dr. Kesilato forcing Richard Jakpa. SSL omu yi omano.
Yes.
With regards to the processes leading up to the purchase of the ambulances in the minds and in the knowledge of the workings of the Attorney General, they concluded that Oma caused financial loss to the state to the tune of some 2.37 million euros.
Okay.
Into the judge no so High Court judge no fuaso ma say no correct. Based on evidence almost present here,
Attorney General the buyer
and a witnesses are Attorney General Frey any adeno.
Okay.
Or no obuhwe no no crese
establish a prima facie case
against Richard Japane Dr. Kesilato forcing. They should defend.
Okay.
And to forcing say no. He doesn't think that the judge is right to take that decision. Until the make a call Court of Appeal.
Okay.
Echo file appeal against that particular decision by the High Court.
Okay.
Until court decision will bar in term nka case Echo so High Court nyina
okay.
Until then
and almost file processes at the Court of Appeal they did not stay stay proceedings at the High Court.
Exactly.
The High Court
they could run. Until they were running it as a concurrently.
Okay.
Until then decision ne PA they were
based on sa issue we before the Court of Appeal justices me inside na assembly so no almost said then no more decision here then.
So it was a 2-1 decision,
2-1.
Majority decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interestingly, okay, let me just go through the ruling. So A1, Dr. Kesilato forcing was accused to have willfully caused loss to the state and intentionally misapplied public property.
Okay.
Charge and do only Richard Jakpasuno.
Okay.
Say they willfully the whole like any
almost share that
also financial loss.
To
the tune of 2.37 million. And I feel so almost share that and misapply. Or minus sika or minor property. That was the in a nutshell. That was the charge. That was it. And then Richard Jakpa also charged with willfully causing financial loss to the state.
Okay.
So they were forced to open the defense. Now, this is the ruling of the Court of Appeal. Osei, the prosecution failed to establish sufficient evidence. So this is the ruling of those who granted.
Granted. Two now allow appeal, no?
Exactly. That the prosecution failed to establish sufficient evidence. The trial judge erred. Trial judge here referring to the High Court judge.
Yes.
Erred in
who herself is a justice of the Court of Appeal. You know, an assistant High Court judge on this case. Yeah.
At the High Court is additional responsibility.
Sure.
Erred in calling on A1, that is Dr. Kesilato Forcing, to open his defense. No positively proven facts were made. The evidence based on impermissible speculation. So there is no link between the evidence heard and what happened for the third accused to be called to open his defense. And that is referring to Richard Jakpa, businessman. No?
Okay.
The appeal filed by both should succeed and the order of High Court set aside. Second issue, uphold the submission of no case. The appellates are and should be hereby be acquitted and discharged. Now, I feel about Justice Bright Mensah on
Bright Mensah is decent here, you know. On an one now, decent here. Now, where
no.
Fair, on also can. Two now, Okay.
On only the
okay.
Say, apart from the letters A1 wrote, A1 here referring to Dr. Kesilato Forcing,
yes.
He did not do much to be asked to open his defense. Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Health, who has to do pre-inspection and not A1, Dr. Kesilato Forcing. So I want to explain here further. Okaya, Nanipa Miensana, Ejina trial, or High Court, Richard Anima, Sylvester Animana of the Ministry of Health was a director.
Yes.
Echo trial nana ye uniform.
Yes.
Because none home fano or India echo for treatment. Based on this ruling by the Court of Appeal, no, Omwa Grimuno and or answer questions in this particular case.
As a director of the Ministry
of Health. Exactly. And also the signature some of the documents now say.
Okay.
Based on this, no, or nonanka according to the Court of Appeal, nonanka say agent holding on. So we go on, and so reasons not explained, the health ministry refused to do that. That is the inspection and should be held accountable.
The health ministry
should be held accountable.
Okay.
As at today, the ambulances are still at the port, and that cannot be blamed on A1. That is Dr. Kesilato Forcing.
Okay.
No premier facie has been made for accused to open their defense. This is in stark contrast to the High Court decision.
Okay.
That said, premier facie case has been made.
Established.
The Court of Appeal says no premier facie has been made. The evidence by prosecution is not reliable for a court to deal with them. Yes.
It were the second justice now. Appeal, no?
Yes.
Now the third.
Okay. On A3, that is Richard Jakpa. No, so we at forcing
there.
It was up about Richard Jakpa. So I say no evidence for him to be called upon to answer. Money paid was because he take instructions against his principal.
Okay.
The principal here is referring to Big C
Trading,
the Dubai-based company.
Yeah.
As a intermediary.
Yes.
If there is any financial loss, that was based on the health ministry's recklessness and be blamed on Ministry of Health. If they worked in the interest of the state, the whole ambulance would have been dealt with. Both appellants have made a case for them to be acquitted and discharged. The appeal succeed and accused are hereby acquitted and discharged.
Wow.
Now, this is what the dissenting judge said, Justice Achampong.
Justice Achampong.
Presiding.
On the dissenting?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
On say, trial judge did not err by holding accused to answer.
Okay. Okay, into the presiding justice, no, dissented from the other two.
Yes, the other panel.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Yes,
and so not just say even for the first two on both accused persons, no, they were quite conclusive in their decisions. No prima facie was established against them. The evidence against them, no, and so Obibeyi Nsemano cry should be the Ministry of Health.
And here they are referring to Sylvester Animana. But no, fortunately for him,
and Sylvester Animana, because Ministry of Health NIPA and acting on behalf of the ministry.
Exactly.
And Animana being the director. On a lot of the documents. Meaning say the ministers that occupied the Ministry of Health position
so Shariaite, I mean funny currency. And also throw letter be a go contrary to the contract, no? In a quest to like abrogate the contract in its entirety. But Sisi also niho.
Yes.
You bet me I can say omuko holding. Ntinka ono ena reche ni mana.
Okay.
Ena nka bibie ni anka omu mienu na combat. But in this case, Shariaite is no more. Ani mana nso na ne ho fa no. Nti Sisi as a case, you know.
For now, say Attorney General also issues statement.
Exactly.
But let me also add, say appeal into lawyer for Beka say an appeal is by way of rehearing. It means say the Court of Appeal would also go through all the evidence. Yeah, evidence a court before High Court. No, they will go through before they come to their conclusion. Say the powers of the High Court no must aje. And the Juma was a High Court. No must I go through evidence ni bibia.
Any High Court
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's so, really interesting. That's really interesting. But ansana mede lawyer Eduji Tamaklo made in common. And even before that, for the accused persons, no, in this case who were the appellants, no, or more lawyers mo. Atoforcing lawyer
Atoforcing lawyer Dr. Abdul Basit Bamba.
Okay.
And Eduji
Tamaklo.
And yes. Okay. And then Oba Japa yes. Thaddeus Sorry. And then Ashia.
Okay.
And two others.
In the end for the state, no why not representing states no court.
And there. Or in the states on back court cry.
More lawyers
on back court.
Oh, okay.
I mean, so because of the Court of Appeal ruling, they knew the court wouldn't sit.
Okay.
Some of us didn't know. We went to the court only to be.
You went to the High Court?
We went to the High Court.
Okay.
Only to get the information that the judge will not sit on that particular matter. So she didn't sit on the matter at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. Mamene Eduji Ninkomo, Godwin Eduji Tamaklo Esquire, one of the lawyers for Dr. KCL Atofos Inti Meda Latif Idris Asepapa, court correspondent, say Wamaya in Sa rundown. No, Councillor Kwaba na pom to saying
Obi Nyamena Dom where you mood. Babisa as a most
Marie Nyamiado Marie.
Oh
yeah, koto.
Mate. May trying to blast you.
Mate. Double breasted, oh.
Fantastic. Obi Nebisa countryman song will say, have you ever taken it before? So fantastic. Up to now, maintain hands and I said that. I require interpretation.
But congratulations will be in order. And after you heard the decision from the Court of Appeal, no, in fact, Otewana, the presiding go through on decision, no, now and then they run it through Utrime Pacho.
Oh, to be honest, now a basic me BP crack hospital. Because you see, interestingly enough, on the 6th, we had two pending appeals. One had to do with a particulate.
Asempa FM.
On the 6th of June, we had the Court of Appeal. presided over by Justice Bright Mensah, and they dismissed the appeal. Because we assessed that the particulars of the offense were not sufficient to warrant us to answer. So, call on the 6th of June. The panel was presided over by Justice Bright Mensah. Almost dismissed the appeal. So, on the 19th, call court no account panel no one. Honestly, I was apprehensive. I kid you not. And now call court, no. The first case that was had to do with the Republic versus Okoso.
Oh, okay.
Unanimous, they dismissed the appeal. Then West. So, to be honest, that period now, Ombe County, like Ombe with the judgment, you know. I'm sure my heart was somewhere else. My heart, I think, left me and was somewhere in Volta region. Obi, I kid you not. I've not felt this way for a long time. I've not felt this for a long time. Because like I told you, just on the 6th of June, the same matter, they are appealing in respect of the particulars of the state. It was dismissed. And the presiding was part of this panel. So, I was extremely apprehensive. Did you not? More so when the first case, it was dismissed. Then two, the presiding today, the former Judicial Secretary, Justice Asempa, then said, the decision is 2-1. So now I was wondering, 2-1 how? Like, dismissed or what? Until say the majority started kind. Say, Then the conclusion, paragraph 98, 97 also of a boy. Now, you know, usually you do your small notes in court.
Sure. Asempa.
Into your kaya to cross in the air. Now I'm saying, then Oba Richard Japaho. He said, is this the one or the majority? Then later, the concurring one not by and I say hallelujah. Now I say hallelujah. Now I say hallelujah.
Yeah.
Now I say hallelujah. In fact, those were my words. Hallelujah. 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 I mean, I was tense. I've never in a long time gone through such a tense situation before. But in all things, we say, to God be the glory.
To God be the glory. One thing I was curious about, and it's when you filed this appeal, you didn't think, say, maybe let's also file processes to stay the trial at the High Court.
So you see, I've had the experience in doing these criminal trials for a while. One matter be, and the stay was dismissed in the court. So we just felt that there was no point. So we even went at we even closed our case. You know, we opened our defense and finished.
Yes.
We brought the Tekwe and Mr. Ale smoked.
Yes.
In fact, the second accused then, Animana, even opened his defense. Just that in between, he had the medical blah, blah, blah. And eventually, the Attorney General filed a nolle prosequi. Then Richie Jakpa. So after Richie Jakpa testified, then I started the cross. Okay, and then I didn't know my baby by okay.
Sure.
So it was no longer to apply to stay.
And really for Omoa, yes, Omate say and the Court of Appeal judgment about any adeno. The decision and then what does it mean to trial a Kosovo High Court? No?
Aborted.
Not just
mission aborted.
Mission aborted. With immediate effect?
Without more. The effect of the judgment is when it is delivered. It is when it is delivered. In fact, I don't know, God works in mysterious ways. Enwa, ye call court. Emma CDS by. Inti yes, I a case completion. Like case management, you know.
Yes.
And the former deputy controller, Andrew Kufe, was supposed to come to court today and testify as a subpoenaed witness of Richard Jakpa. Ayapinu Sokra say, will come today and come tomorrow. Remember that tomorrow is the last legal vacation.
Sure.
So we had come to court with our files. After a court of appeal, we are going to my lady. And then you surprised was waiting for us. Look, I cannot thank their lordships for the courage, the fidelity to the law. And you see, the lead judgment, the brief we are Osei, one of the organizing principles as far as the criminal, the judgment is out now. Hello, Obi.
Yeah, Meteor Park Council.
They said the judgment is out now.
Sure.
He says that one of the organizing principles is the fact that an accused person should never assist in his prosecution. That's entirely the responsibility of the prosecutor. Interestingly now, the courts below share the submission of no case ruling now. The courts below reasoned. Say, the mens rea, more or less, of the charge against Honorable Atufortin is that without due care and authorization. So, my Lord Justice Brightness and now take the point that they have gone through the entire record. From the time the Honorable Atufortin wrote the letter to BOG requesting for the LC to be set up, one play any other role. One play any other role. And you crash you in between, your friend is so honorable. Something had come. Okay. The pre-shipment, because it's about the ambulance. The pre-shipment responsibilities and all those things, it was not on the first accused. It was on the Ministry of Health. It was on the Ministry of Health. Not the first accused. Then we say the first accused intentionally misapplied. I mean, what kind of law is that? Women, you in this world, if it's subjected to this kind of principle, can survive it. I think we need to be extra careful. We are building a democracy. Look, we need to be very, very careful. Look, today it is auto-forcing. Today it is auto-forcing. You will never know. I mean, who does that? Then you say, without due care, meaning so nipani is reckless. And yes, sir. What disregarding baby. And yes, sir.
Yes.
And I will say, later, unipani troyan or request here. Of Ghana has the right to say request now by young way to man. Two, and now, of Ghana, a year we look cry ye be a year. I don't tell you. And you see, they even came back to him. The honorable, based on the request, we have now established the LC, and these are the payment conditions. You never go back to him. Then you say, without due care, authorization. And God said, damn it, if he's subjected to this test, can he survive it? Let us be careful. Okay, me, maybe I say me what I am making. Oh, we of one spark.
Now, I shall would dear.
No, I shall would dear. But of one spark. And you see, Obi, today I'll tell you something. You see this case. I've been part of it right from the beginning. In fact, me, led by my senior Dr. Ayeni, took the Honorable Matofos into Yoko. The day I do in Yoko, we went straight to the office of the Deputy Executive Director. I think your friend and I name.
Okay.
You do ho, no my conversation. No, besides so, this the cases. Now, Honorable Rule now will play. Now, Honorable said 2 letters, one to BOG, and even the letter I wrote it for my boss and copied him from 2014. EPC 2017 a year by Yoko. My boss had never queried me. And I say, also name Anabitisa. Never. He charged against the Ministry of Health budgetary allocation because it's an ambulance. That was the only rule to write for the LC. How the LC will be paid or not, BOG never got back to me. That day, the police statement form, Enko Finia Enko throw your statement. Near Fambra. When Honorable Chloe, me, I may call Parliament, the office, Ekoji, and I may call back to Yoko. Obi. From that November 2017, but you tell you, from that November 2017, Yoko and Freye Bio until 25th November 2021, 4 years after. In a Yoko, a Chiro Krata Speaker of Parliament. Guess what happened? 4 days earlier, Ken Oforiatta presented the budget containing e-levy. And Ato Forsen, then ranking on finance, stood up against it. Look, hey, Godfrey, look, from the day e-levy was read, on the 19th November 2021, the e-levy budget, and Ato Forsen opposed that e-levy. 20th, 21st, 22nd, 24th, 25th, local now write to Speaker inviting Ato Forsen. Again, Speaker allowed us to use his conference room. Then officials from Yoko came. When they came, they said statements now. The Honorable Ato Forsen, November 2017, they are now coming to charge him for court. So now they need a charge statement. I was with him. Katano. Nyame okata so no. Ohu nipa mobo. Nyame okata so no. Because you see, the Godfred aye Ato Forsen no.
Asempa FM.
Nyame hu ye mobo. Look, Godfred Dami set out to destroy Ato Forsen.
No, the Attorney General's Department. The Attorney General's Department.
I beg you. I know what prosecution is. I know what persecution is. Look, Nyame Adoma, October way. Maybe I'm 11 years doing this.
Yes.
So at least, if not for nothing, I have some small experience. And no prosecution and persecution. Minya, Godfred Yebu Adami set out to destroy Kesel Ato Forsen. Look, they should pick a fool and call Ato Forsen and apologize to him for what he had done to the young man for nothing. Me can say one day me be sad too after court. Me say, oh yeah, sure say be a one called J Godfred girl. No, sure. I thought say we are all within the same age bracket. We are born home body. And it just to make Ghana better. I will oppose e-levy on principle. And I have no regret. But I have no doubt in my mind that I'll be vindicated one day.
Yeah, but
we didn't know that the vindication will come this early.
But on your point about, say, maybe the AG would have to apologize to KCL, no? The AG might disappoint you because there is a statement from the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice.
I've read that.
Yeah. For the statement says in paragraph 2 that the Office of the Attorney General considers the decision of the Court of Appeal to be perverse in the quest for public accountability and the rule of law. The decision clearly is heavily against the weight of the cogent evidence led by the prosecution in substantiating of all charges against the accused persons at the trial. And he set out to give us a summary of the case of the AG against the accused persons. Final paragraph now say, the Office of the Attorney General considers the decision of the Court of Appeal grossly unfair to the nation and inimical to the fight against impunity and abuse in public office. The office will promptly file an appeal in order to erase the effect of this erroneous decision of the Court of Appeal. Mo joy might be short-lived, counsel.
No. The Attorney General is going through an emotional crisis.
Adentia.
He needs this to save his face. I can understand the situation he finds himself. But you don't want to be in a situation.
Yeah, but the right to appeal.
Hold on. You could have just issued a statement and said our appeal. He put certain things there, correct. If I, Edwigi, had called a judgment, maybe the initial judgment calling Attoforson to open his defense perverse, the Ghana Bar Association would have issued a statement today condemning my statement. The court has issued a judgment. The judgment you are saying that is unfair to the fight or inimical against what? And the fight against corruption.
Against impunity. Against impunity. The fight against impunity.
Look, read the whole thing. The last paragraph.
Yeah. Osei, the appeal, the decision of the Court of Appeal is grossly unfair and inimical to the fight against impunity and abuse in public office.
Perfect. Where is the abuse? Where is the abuse? A deputy finance minister writes a letter on behalf of his boss requesting an LC to be set up. That's the gross abuse. Abuse of what? Abuse of what? Now, when you say that what the Court of Appeal has done undermines or is inimical to the fight against whatever, what are you insinuating? What are you insinuating? Is it not curious that this Attorney General is talking about impunity and abuse? This is an Attorney General who goes the extra mile in order to destroy Attoforson. He goes to engage an accused person who is duly represented by a lawyer on the 9th of April, 9 a.m., effectively suggesting to him how he should help him, the Attorney General, build his case against an accused person. And this same person has the moral authority to even remotely suggest the fight against abuse. First of all, the basic principle is that an accused person is vulnerable. And so, a person who has criminal accusation, criminal charges that can take you 10 years, is a vulnerable person. And so, an Attorney General who sets out to exploit the vulnerability of an accused person has the courage, the moral, to suggest that the Court of Appeal has done what? You see, those whose palm cannot have been cracked for them must learn to be humble. The statement by the Attorney General, beyond insulting, beyond it being condescending, demonstrates this arrogant posturing. This is an Attorney General. Professional rules and etiquette require that, hold on, an accused person who is represented by a lawyer, the prosecution or whatsoever should not have conference with such a person unless through the lawyer. That is law. The ally is law. This is an Attorney General who violates that ally with impunity. And he has the moral authority. You see, Obi.
Yeah, but in terms of violating the ally, Edwigi, say no court has made those conclusive decisions. It is your opinion. You think they will violate the ally.
It's not about opinion. Do you have the ally before you?
No, I'm not saying, say, etia ally and intia ally.
Why are you rationalizing
No. What I'm saying is, no court has come to that determination. That's why I said it's your view. No, that's why I said it's your view. I just said it's your view, Anna.
So I am telling you that if the Attorney General has the power or the right to express his view, I have the same right to express my view or opinion
on how he has misconducted himself. Look, you see, I told you something earlier.
Okay.
CBIC, view of one son.
Now I show dear.
Now I show dear. Okay. I have no doubt at all in my mind that this whole prosecution of Ato forcing, blah blah, this whole ambulance, whatever, was just contrived for one reason. For one reason. Look, do you know that the contract between government of Ghana and Big C has not been abrogated? Do you know that?
No.
Oh, you don't know?
No.
It's a subsisting contract.
Okay.
It has not been set aside by anybody, by no court. I have no doubt in my mind that the only reason why we say governance is continued, the government of Ghana would have decided to iron out whatever the differences were and proceed with the contract. But you see, the government came to power with its own agenda to buy 307 ambulances. And from the reports that are coming out from the detailed investigative work by the Honorable Samuel Okudeto-Ablakwa, the documents I have with me, I have no doubt in mind that there was a need to bastardize the Big C contract in order to justify. If you look at the contract, the invoices I have before me, I beg you, on the 27th day of December 2019, an amount of 32 million Ghana cedis, listen carefully, was paid for 40 Mercedes-Benz printer ambulances. Now, the company that this money was paid to is called ELOC Consult and Services. Now, if you go to find out who the director of this ELOC Services, Consult and Services, this is the name of the director. I want to just let you see something. The name of the director is Stephen Okoroku, director. The second director is Solomon Okereke. Solomon Okereke's other name is Solomon Okereke Okoro. Two brothers. Stephen Okoro is the son-in-law of President Akufo-Addo. Jankume's quote-unquote baby father.
Asempa FM.
So, if you pick the next company that was paid 32 million Ghana cedis for, Luxury Wealth Auto Group Limited. If you go to the director, Prestige Era Company Limited, another company, Blumex Company Limited, OPI. The Auditor General of Ghana had found that these companies, 4 companies, were together paid $54 million for the supply of 307 ambulances. Seriously, the Auditor General in his report, special report on the ambulance fleet, not Domelevo, but the Auditor General appointed by Mr. Akufo-Addo, that each of the ambulance costs $8,000 with insurance premium of $8,000 payable. Obi, if you put everything together, it is not up to $54 million. And so in order to facilitate this particular deal, the government needed to bastardize and put Ato Forcing on trial. Obi, Now, you own or mampenia or ma as a corner for na Edio Munsa Ashe Abai Dio Mono. Must you not be a bit more careful in how you decide to reach out to your political opponent?
And the point really is a future NDC government would investigate and if possible prosecute people relative to
already the special prosecutor appointed by Mr. Akufo-Addo is investigating
that. Very well.
It has nothing to do with the future NDC administration.
Very well.
So the point I want to make is that, listen, whatever Godfrey Adame wants to do, Ghana belongs to him. Let him go ahead and do it. Let him go ahead. I always encourage myself as a young politician with the story of Mordecai and Haman. Look, at a point, okay, Bible, the book of Esther, Haman, now Odrin say, his proximity to the king was enough to draw up conspiracies against innocent people. He even went as far as preparing the gallows for Mordecai. If he knew that he was setting a bad precedent for himself,
Asempa.
now go begging twice, but no, he was driven by hatred. He was driven by arrogance. He never knew that he was digging his own. I am confident that God works in the affairs of men. All you need to do is to keep trusting him.
Okay.
Godfrey, sorry, Mibao.
Yes.
Godfrey de Boadame. Da Okoshia Richard Jakpa in the house of the Supreme Court judge. Senu onim se beba bontin. Sunu onim. Biasi aye womu. It's small. It looks big, but it's very small. Let him do his worst.
Okay. And he is following the laid down appellate process. He's decided, say, Obeko Supreme Court.
Have you read a statement?
Which one? Which of them?
The one he issued. Is that a notice of appeal?
No. The intention or declaring intention, so Obeko.
It's not. What kind of statement? Is that a declaration of intent?
Oh, why you didn't get that? Osei.
Is that what the statement conveyed to you?
The statement says the office will promptly file an appeal.
And then what?
In order to erase the effect of this erroneous decision of the Court of Appeal.
Then what did he do next? Okay, why are you creating the impression that it's just a one-liner?
Why?
Because that the Attorney General is the leader of the bar.
Yes.
Always remember that. He's the leader. That conference at Beko September, you see, he said they will give him the opportunity to come and rant. He's supposed to be the leader of the bar you're going to join. He speaks this way of a judgment he disagrees with. You don't find anything wrong with it. You people keep romanticizing the ego of Godfrey. Keep doing that.
But Eduji, what I just read, the intent of Supreme Court.
But I told you that's not a one line.
No.
Obi, this profession you want to join.
No. That's why one line. Meaning what?
Careful of what we encourage.
Eduji.
No. I mean
it. Let me make my point.
I mean it.
We had dealt with the criticism of the Court of Appeal decision. What can Huasem in ending the interview?
Criticism?
Say again.
Obi, is that what you call criticism?
But what is it?
Okay, that's all. If that's what you're saying, I say no more.
Now say any criticism.
I say no more. What do you I say no.
No, but Eduji, what is it?
No, it's
okay. Man, you said the right word. Sir, you are my senior. I'm humble enough to learn from you.
Yeah. My chance.
Okay, so you don't think it's a criticism?
Me have said it too. You people keep romanticizing Godfrey's ego. Say it to my mother. We'll see. Bye-bye.
Anyways, you ever see the
Turn
you ever see a Casabia Tamaklo and a Director Legal Affairs for the NDC and one of the lawyers for Dr. KCL Ato Forsen and Amotezi and ED and Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Se utiena wadwintra ubet media fa yen WhatsApp number no so 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 na yentie dia wonso wo ede emayen ewie very 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 interesting stuff there. We'll be speaking to the Deputy Attorney General as well. Now you know what they make of the decision, and then as I said, and so we'll get a private legal practitioner to share his thoughts with us on what's happening and what it means to the entire trial and all of that. Inti moma yenina yenshen so wadwintra obomode edeba yebekan amount. I think we've gotten quite a number of thoughts. Let me read some of them for you. Wefri Musa Abatwa ewo Kumase. Also, Obi, lawyer Eduji is absolutely right. From day one, I've had strong feelings that Honorable Ato Forsen is being persecuted. The Court of Appeal's decision to acquit and discharge him is a clear indication of the AG's wickedness. Okay, that might be a strong word against him. Godfrey Dame's effort or agenda to jail Ato Forsen at all costs has backfired spectacularly. This proves that the minority leader was innocent all along. Enemies are not God, Ampa. Musa Abatwa Ewo Asawase. Hi Obi, my name is Nana Yaoba. Now that the case has gone in favor of Ato Forsen, what would the NDC say about the judiciary? That's a question. Mishak Asante Ewo Amasaman. Also, if the NPP think they are going to share northern region with the NDC because their candidate is from the north, then they should immediately revise their note and start preparing themselves for opposition. The good people of Tamale have already given them a defeat signal last Saturday, and no amount of machination can change that. 24-hour economy all the way. Greetings to Set Them Afenyo, incoming MP for Amma Saman. Obi, the Court of Appeal has always gotten it wrong in their rulings, looking at the previous cases they've ruled on, and at the same time, they've been thrown out by the Superior Court of Justice. Okay, by the Supreme Court. Superior Court of Justice includes the Court of Appeal, and by the Supreme Court. When the AG appeals, clearly their rulings are always porous. Okay, Enti Mamenase. That's from Magdalene Edusa. Magdalene Edusa. Obi, this ruling is an image redeeming one for Ghana's judiciary. I just hope they don't go back to the path of image destruction after an appeal, if any. For now, I would say no more. Bequeen, Odi, we abe Bequeen does say. Obi, we thank God for the ruling at the Court of Appeal that says Honorable Ato Forsen has been acquitted and discharged. And I understand the Attorney General is appealing the matter. This, in my view, is just a legal and political gimmick, okay? For those of us who have no knowledge of the law, begin to speculate about who is lying and who is saying the truth on the matter. Kofi Pascal, Lower Manya Krobo. Okay. We say, Obi, thanks for the good work. Abuaje O DMV in US of A. It's good the law has taken its course at the appeal court. If it's true Mr. Ato Forsen and the other accused person didn't cause any financial loss to the state, or they did, God will judge all of them one day. If the judges also are correct or wrong in their judgment, God will deal with all of them, okay? If the AG had no case and he tried to prosecute innocent people, then God would also judge him one day. Kwame Uwatakwa Kwame Intakwa. Ma yankwa homano so na me private legal practitioner Bobby Banson eni enkomo yenye na dwen kire wode ekoso no eho. Councillor Kwaba na pom to saying
Nyamia Dominia, but that's a power akwenya odi amami.
Fantastic. Enti for omo enim no say yemfa ne say prosecution the Asem court na oye ni case wie close ni case accused persons no ewo nioma bi obetimi aye then because yenim say accused person in this case no file a submission of no case and a high court then a decision on that it is a prosecution wie omo case accused persons no options be na omo be pacho
we the that's say criminal trial the jurisprudence na say the burden is always on the prosecution.
Asempa FM.
The accused person na yedi kwa eduna bono no. Oni obligation bia say obeka asem ebe charge no. Ni awabo no kwa edunu na emra no e the obligation no mano. You put your friend of burden of proof.
Yes.
Say obe chere or the evidence beba beyond reasonable doubt. Ebe chere say kwa eduna or the bo accused person no. Ewo njina so ewo mremu na se case no se na etie ne se prosecution no odi kwa eduna ba no ono na de na dance die be ba first odi dance die no ba as a court no ehwe sa dance die na odi aba no anya bia ede a chere bibi kakra mpo provocateur e ka no primary phase.
Yes.
Achire bibi kakra se ne edi kwa eduna bono no ebetumi e no krempo se asem na edi ato ne so no waya na se court no ehwe saade na oka se adanse a prosecutor na dia ba se no ewu hiampo so obefre accused person no abeyi bibia no if he say the prosecutor na dia ba no entire se accused person no waye bibi enti ewu hia so obema accused person na abeyi na no sa threshold and I say watershed no sa bebia prosecutor ebe wie na no asem or the evidence or be close in the case na accused person no ya beka say will open the case the defense in between that no as a say court no ehwe say adanse a prosecutor ne dia ba no as a say o ma defense no ho kwan anana e dikwa na bono no ho kwan say ono so be yi bibia no a any affair no submission of no case it is a court no ka say adanse a ye dia ba no as a say ne dikwa na bono no eyi ano a na as a say ne dikwa na bono no ono so e friend adanse for now the evidence ba now what discharge burden na ye dey ato no so once a prosecutor every any case no as a set court may determine whether the evidence that has been adduced by the prosecution establishes a prima facie case. The court no it determines now I'm accused person no about the opinion defense.
Okay.
But the court no determines say near dia ba no en fa asemu bia to near kwa edina bodo no so bia and the court no e ma ho kwan say near kwa edina bono no ono so ba be yina no.
Okay, but say prosecution ni wie omu case court na betimi go ahead and decide say okay we the muni case be anti accused person and kwana say was accused person no apply say court we the shim na we the ministry say case be a ewum should
accused person no lawyer.
Okay,
we be expect to say lawyer na be yes submission.
Okay.
But accused person, no any lawyer, the court would have that responsibility. Because when it comes to criminal prosecution, sir, the court has a burden. Because we are talking about denying somebody of his fundamental human rights guaranteed by the Constitution.
Sure.
And the Constitution, the court has a burden to uphold the Constitution. So whether or not the accused person makes the submission of no case, the court has a responsibility and it's a civil trial. Our obesha say prosecution, for example, the prosecutor accuse you obi omo the charge say wa forged documents. Now say at the end of the prosecutor's case, Omanfa original signatures and they show forgery now. The court would have, even if the accused person does not raise it, would have no obligation to ask the accused person there won't be any defense. Even though courts, when the accused person is represented by a lawyer, the court will normally do that work for the lawyer. It is not out of place for the court to do it, particularly when the accused is not represented by a lawyer.
By a lawyer. Okay. It is a court needing the decision bar on that submission of no case now. A decision of the court will be better me appeal to the Court of Appeals. Anete.
Every decision of the court is appealable. The conditions of appeal will be set out by the relevant statute. If the court makes that interlocutory decision that you should open your defense, you have a right to appeal against it.
Okay.
And once you are appealing, the prosecution itself may be stayed. Send me a twaso.
Yes.
And Osei case where even though the appeal was pending, yet twa prosecution also. Ama near the Kreduna Bono in Crawford honorable nature they had to open their defense.
Their defense. But I say no for prosecution to be stayed no. It was an accused person now or appeal no, and I apply for the stay.
Any day, as I say, or no, I apply for the stay.
Okay.
And so then I apply for the stay because it is your prerogative. If you apply and the court feels to say you have enough basis, the court would grant the stay.
Okay. And just say at the high court level, no, say accused person apply for submission of no case. Now say court no the decision a bar. Yeah, nyoma be na court na ehwe. Ansa na or the decision about say okay wait there me feel say no cre omuni case be antiko and now say open your defense. Nyoma be na court na ehwe.
Court no be share charges ye dey aboko edu ye dey abo accused person.
Okay.
Criminal law there you see 3 elements.
Asempa FM.
Mental mensia, the intention to commit the crime.
Yes.
2, the act or the omission that buttresses the intention. And 3, whether or not there is any justifiable reason. It is a accused prosecution no omuvie omu case. No mu to me meet these 3 standards court no with the evidence admissible evidence that have been adduced can say I'm shifting. Say no prosecutor no to me act there and say why you bibi. And he said nia why ye no. Oje say why ye ni mpono and say ye bo ko eduna na say ye do famra kwan so a. But then ntia.
Yes.
Yen to me famra kwan so.
Yes.
It is court no be share charges ye diabo. Any evidence ye diaba. And so now we determine whether or not there's a prima facie case or there's no prima facie case. So it is solely based on the charges and the evidence that have been adduced.
Wow. And in this particular case, no accused persons now after court the car say or more case to answer, no more opinion, more defense. That trial is ongoing in our high court. At the same time, the Court of Appeal and so was seized with the appeal. And Court of Appeal decision no abba. From the what you know the Ekosiisen High Court, then a better case in Ekosiisen High Court.
And so we did Court of Appeal majority decision now. They said the accused persons are hereby acquitted and discharged. Omunya yusu sa brofu mienu we a it means say untumi mba omu kwa edu biom. Eti ne Ekosiisen High Court nyina no automatically no end. I think say next step ebesi ni say accused persons no omo lawyers ebe formally then notify High Court judge no. Say this is the decision of the Court of Appeal which is binding on the High Court.
Okay.
And so the High Court is bound by that decision. So automatically she would also abide by it. And it is not the High Court that will even discharge and acquit the accused persons. They've been discharged and acquitted by the Court of Appeal. So they don't High Court. And lawyers now, if they are out of respect to the court, will formally notify the court, say, Court of Appeal, abo decision nego, and this is say no dear. Untimin to a case and so.
Okay, and then so the Attorney General issue statement and nani enye decision a Court of Appeal erichi and wachre say obe ono so be appeal sisia from the Court of Appeal na him fan obetimi the appeal na kobio
obetimi the Supreme Court.
Okay,
as the final appellate court of the land. Na wakwa say audience decision na Court of Appeal is against the weight of the evidence adduced there.
Yes.
The Supreme Court would have a second look at it. Your kind of appeals are by way of rehearing.
Yes.
So the Supreme Court best share evidence ni bibia asamba bio. Na fi omashe say ni Court of Appeal no kind of betia tum anaso omunjin tuma. So omuti tum there, it means say accused persons no still on the form ready. So man dia tum dia and you be directed so monko high court na case no enkoso. Na say omo direct omo say ye be say case na say foforo anaso on be toaso baby omo du ye na and it is a Supreme Court na be man sa direction.
Oh, okay. And there possible say Supreme Court bit my director say omunko she bibia say foforo.
Say omunka say omune Court of Appeal in nyadwen a betumi aka. Ada omunko she bibia say foforo ana say the bioma ye dru no up to today na Court of Appeal ma decision omuntu aso mfi ho.
Oh, okay. Is it possible say eba say AGN adwin po say okay, I will not appeal this decision. Ato Forsen and Japa have been acquitted and discharged. Possible say ABR in the course of AG and as a police investigations, omunya fresh evidence bia ometimi say nipa mienu ya sen akoko to bio.
Acquitted and discharged, you know, it creates what we call autofor acquit. Send a lot on the canon.
Yes.
Because prosecution there, yeah, ma hon kwan ma on evidence in kakra.
Yes.
Ebasa na o tete who abuse authority na wo so. Because sebio prosecution is not persecution.
Yes.
It is say your ten hu bi na ade yes ade no. Odin say wa form Ghana mra. Eti na ade no koye. Eti nyina so a wo no at the time ade no court na say wo sa nyina so ni nyina. Say odi nyina so no na say court ka say nyina so no endim enti omo afo fia untumi nsan koba otena ana na wotwe ana afe enka say wakonya nyina so foforo enti odi e no san ba be hye adenazimra no ma ho kwan sa.
I just say a completely different offense be right.
Say a related or could have been related from the same facts a crowd to me famba.
Okay.
This is a completely different facts. Any related
to it.
Ambulance you can say any related to ambulance.
Okay. Okay. Enti AG decided to obeko Supreme Court. Makai wo baby say AG wo two options. Bakone say obe appeal against decision no say said you know akan no say against the weight of evidence. E bin so aka say obetma invoke the supervisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Say ebia we hu and a fundamental error be in the decision of the Court of Appeal into a quasi Court of Appeal decision. No, is that the case?
Yes, you have those options, but once it is a decision that is based on a record of appeal, I don't know if the supervisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court can be properly invoked.
Okay.
You cannot invoke the supervisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court on the basis that there was evidence that the Court of Appeal did not look at. If it is an issue of misapplication of evidence,
okay,
or misapplying any law relating to the evidence, the option available to you is an appeal. Because supervisory jurisdiction there, that is Okase Shurarai in this instance.
Sure.
This Okase, the Court of Appeal did not have the jurisdiction, or there was error apparent on the face of the record without going to the merits of the case.
Yes.
I don't think supervisory jurisdiction invocation is available to the Court of Appeal. To the Attorney General in this instance.
Okay. Okay. And in the best bet to appeal against the weight of evidence. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Where you better say and Sebase a court Supreme Court say Court of Appeal na panel na nipa miensa justices miensa say Eko Supreme Court ebeye enum, right?
Me pachan Eko Supreme Court ebeye
enum. Okay. Mate, where the ma yena say bibia ni na ye hia nkyeremu a ye besan so aba abegin nkyeremu. Why?
Me so me das power kwenya dem.
I mean sure Bobby Banson Esquire and Motene or lead consultant there were Robert Smith Law Group and AD and Komo Ekosiisen so ni Asempa FM. And what I'll do now is my messages be bring now but mekan amamo. But there's another story and the follow up on Kwetenate abekansa ewo studios ha ebehwene ene no edi enkomo, a very 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 important conversation why an investigative work na revelations not are mind boggling enti kwete se bibia aboko Kwetenate no we brutal enti for this latest work no how long did it take you to put this together?
Yes, I say last year June.
Yeah. And that's 1 year.
Yeah.
Wow. Just to work on one story.
Yeah, just to work on one story.
And we know what's really the story nankasa then.
Unse emrepin the complaint has been say smuggling ekosopa your borders.
Your borders no.
Eso. And ye finance minister now ya Dr. Amin on also complaining say smuggling a cost of power your borders and so inti ye hadwen say ye bewe ye be on the ground ni ahwe ni ntia smuggling no egusu okoso na hwan mo nso na ehye chire aha inti ye do ye call grounds ni hu say customs for nenso emrebim ni nim say we say smugglers na use routes,
yes.
But ye ni edi na ye hu say customs for ne nso bi mo enso eboama smuggler no ekoso into the ye say ye koko expose the modus operandi as smugglers ni use omudru customs for ne nso customs for bena ebo omo emo de goods ni twem ahe na ye omoje efri smugglers eho aha inti yekwalubu kohwe senior situation netie ekotwen emu free Ivory Coast e de by better
mo am sheda akotwen mo
yeah sheda akotwen mo
ebe teste say ampa so mo jijiska
sa pepepe eko aflawo eko kotwen sa e de be fa checkpoint o hwe senior esitie yeko cherepone eko ti region na kohwe senior situation no esitie
Wow. And indeed, no, mode emunu drew a lubo, for example, no, mode for normal border na say some of the other illegal entry points, no.
Yeah, the far normal border.
No?
Into ye drew say baby the Samia checkpoint.
Samia, yes.
Ye drew Osei no. Ye drew wana car no 2-seat car no. Custom officer na approach here. Or approach here no. My ye no so wan near money na am go me de ye mo no say emo no dodo sen na me ball quantity no no say o e de me de ba ko be che but we betu ya 20 cedis no je me nchen 20 cedis
20 cedis na emo no ye back saying
emo no ye miensa
3 bags mokoto wo Ivory Coast end of the border which is no way.
Exactly.
And I'm the cross here lubo border no.
Yeah.
Ma ba be do samenye checkpoint customs for ho no.
Yeah.
And I'm jail 20 cities.
Na mbisa say hey, naska we awaje me o mama do o mama receipt. No see o we dey went to do it was 20 no. We dey come here. O we na o mama je overweight the pamphlet ni bi say me go kan.
O ma awake na say watchtower no. Jova for Pavle you know you awake and you watchtower.
This the idea. Why you have pass?
I don't know. Customs need the man.
No, they want me.
Or does that what kind of sakra? Oh, that's interesting. And from what Mutie Roba video no chegu on our screens in the YouTube live stream and a Facebook live stream video the excepts no and the moon on the kind of work Kwetenate in the team no fantastic journalistic job. And for more munim no say Ufri Elubo main border no air bar Oba be 20-25 kilometers. Udu Krobi a friend is Samenye, still in the Jomoro district. But Samenye no barrier checkpoint long taya yetine lubonye yenim obi enim Samenye customs for be go recent lomo immigration for kra ebeka omo ewo ho ho no ordinarily udru ho a e was say customs for na ewo ho no ehwe car nim ehwe wo neoma e certify who say indeed duty was say utua ni bibia no waye na eja okwan ema woko say we French ni nso na wo ba omo hwe wo papers na who say indeed who are the right papers to enter Ghana no mama akwan mo wako. In your case no almost search a woman we no and osage you 20 Ghana.
Jimmy 20.
One you say 20 Ghana.
20 Ghana.
20 cities.
20 cities.
And
no man made a money etwem. But yet a mon yet to a money so free Ivory Coast and no yet to bear 6 bags.
Okay.
Yet to bear 6 bags. And also ye free we say border near war. Yeah. Checkpoint near war. Elubu say all the body and money be go on border.
Sure.
Customs in na ye de keke. A fire mono, you stop here no. Nidin di kujo. Onu say one GSA.
Okay.
No ma yede a money trip. My girl say engage to your duty.
Okay.
And also you into your duty.
I'm more into your duty or more now.
You into your duty.
And the customs officer announced signal mo say munko nkotua.
Dabi one.
Wa nyi muskanso.
One GSA.
And say munko.
No ma ye trip.
6 bags.
6 bags.
I can see any be.
The say friend was a Lanzelo said then tight top hour. Eshimbe 5.
It means that on that way no sika na was about mine hono ama the co free on also personally am benefit because wa anya mo hwe
on also am benefit na ye try need the call we say aflaw to go ho de ye sheda ko to sapa ka ye de ko boot na yema mun say boot na mempa emu mot emu body emu den ye to top inti yede ba no custom checkpoint bia ye between bia almost search ye shada the car ne fa nse da bala ho near the afe nim inti ye dru so gakope no na customs lady bi o signal ye say ye njena inti ye jena ye no na oma ye bie boot no hwe no when ye my on custom goods inti na ye expect say obe ensure say ye betia duty wo ho no say o ye ndi nechi enko inside na ye di nechi no say adena ye ntua duty wo ade ho na say o we de ye de kwakwa ye eye nti no say no o say etia no say ne ye sanso ye study the way and approach smugglers ni use because not smugglers ne ba ko kan ho on no facilitate any ko togo baby o mototo to monsa ne toto ni nyana edi fee ho e buy no say edi say ye ntwa duty the answer yamfa ka ne nsa ye chi nko dabala nko nkotwa duty na say oh say ye dru checkpoint we na wo ha dia edi ma yenye na ye pancho no say o edi double punishment ye ntwa dabala ne ababa dia na ebisa say okay inti ye ka be say no say e man 400 cedis oh that's a 400 year doors on to so my no say the for 200 embra
200 cedis
no g 200 cedis
or your customs officer
no ma ye den sapi na egu ye boot no
modi na abese
ko
wow I would not really say mu ye duty na nka o mine no benya sika you should have paid more
because na nsane doors car boot can ne o de member can dey but na boot na yema na boot na yema because nipa ne so okoko kire ho no no so to bi dey kan
momo de no
here dey no
meaning say a very rampant in border towns no
because this was even a first try you try you the buy na it gives you the sense a bibi e koso normalizing ewo ho udi twem na udi bedra ye jun sem ska na ye jaw mawako ensu gusi enso o check so a won say oba Ghana how o to more na won say we say tax stamp is so sure. And so many of the stores around area stores be tax stamps name and nkrofo any omudin komo omo stores here and gadgets to go hanom kokot na ho an f omo the ban so ro store ho be say tax stamp nso ensiso and a goods in to so tax stamp ensiso which clearly shows say a goods are
and what say bagan
and what say and a bagan and also the right duty. I was so a yama paper dress we say duty out to our in yama ya wato.
And from filming no munya the customs officers munya omanim
yenya omuji scanning so no yenya
oh wow enti we no ya official premiere no okay enti ba ko nanim na bo hoyi we should obao
we no get 200 cedis.
Oh, Obano. I would rather Yankopon. Customs officer Bosumi Yutiaoka. 200 cedis. Oh, I would rather. Ye was in the name bio. Oh, Charlie. Enti Oba Facebook and YouTuber Obehu and me sure say we know or yeah custom ni Ghana need and abusuafo bebre nti mo amobehu was I saying mo
obehwe nsa no
ansa no or mention charge obejemo to obehwe nsa bebre ni nyina wie no ka say 400 and am size strength so crowd size G200 Charlie. By immigration for no office or curtains here saying who the shut down koi crowd.
We are customs for office.
We are customs for office. Oh, Charlie and koi. Wow, mommy, pa, we didn't name by pow. Yeah, rather young couple. Ain't it? Anyway, no more the Bama customs in penny for right.
Into no, yeah, the YouTube link na I send you no more
Omonche nkofo a ewo mu no Charlie and for the entire 1 year no how many customs checkpoints and mo koye in this investigation
customs checkpoint na there say yesi kwan ne so a yetwa ni nyina yetwa ni nyina
the checkpoint ne doso
it checkpoint ne kwan ne so ye fa ni nyina so ye fa say elubu die say ye de money free elubu babesi takrade it ye make sure to find out which checkpoint will flag us and how much
they will
charge
and for all the charges no there was no singular person or mamu receipt for charge be a
Dabi.
No receipt.
Dabi. And no one system po say yen konko ye duty on goods na yakwa. And we spoke to a number of the traders who were complaining say see na customs for at the yomo omo kofa goods na customs for no ajeje omunsem ska. So many of them were complaining. The drivers were also complaining. Drivers and then so say some traders in the goods in the goods were almost for checkpoint via 350 cedis. Almost for checkpoint via 350.
Even after so much duty, no.
And no, the drivers were almost me and country. Almost traders in the goods a gua into almost traders, no. Goods be almost 20 cedis depending on goods out there. But almost do checkpoint or na. Ye mizom so to your duty and now to your duty charge the mom when say 350 no mwetia.
Wow and we are hoping say the leadership of the Ghana Revenue Authority well we nyina no so can Sikai was about mine ho ayema eliki ekokwa you know we are hoping so we take action on this one. I mean for you as a journalist no adwuma was away and I also why no and was submit evidence na edi amawo let's see actions are GR in penny for ebeteki kudos and I think COVID time is also a similar work, right?
Yeah, and they focusing on immigration for.
Okay. And also your monso mo jijis kasa, I'm a man for room illegally.
No monso just
Wow. Many thanks. I mean, kudos to you and the team.
To me, who am
yeah. I'm on in here. Oh, okay. A box moody say, yeah, because they are never box mo say.
Into your two people na.
Oh wow. This looks like a lubu.
Hey, a lubu.
Hey. Oh, that's nice. But the honor me you into minimelubu inside out. Oh, that's interesting. Anyways, kwete me na se bibia ne yebese di nkomobio why me da se pa into kwete na te and moten kind of fantastic journalistic job and why as our lead investigative journalist here at the multimedia group enti utie na wa adwenkyerɛ so betimi e de abrɛ ama yetie de owo ema ye Ekosiisen high Asempa 94.7 FM enti we WhatsApp number say wunya ya atro mami 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 na yentie de wo emayen 0548 443 523 na yentie we say Obi, you see what we're doing to ourselves as a country at our various checkpoints. Digitalization is the way forward for our development. George Adentan. We say Obi, this is Prosper Kweli watching you live from Upper East Region Boko. You guys are doing a good job. Keep up. Medas Papa Prosper. We say Obi Oliver in the UK. This is a layman's question. Were empty ambulances purchased? The first question. No. Number 2, who authorized those empty ambulances to be purchased? 3, who confirmed the payment of those empty ambulances? 4, who signed for the document of release of the taxpayers' money for the scrupulous purchase of empty ambulances? 5, has the state benefited from value for money on the purchase of the empty ambulances? Has there been a financial loss caused to the state on the purchase of the empty ambulances? In the Oliver UK, adding the questions. Abba, Edase. Obi, what Atoforsen and Jakpa should know is that if they are free in Ghana today, they will not be free in heaven. FOMPP. We say, Obi, seriously, I personally blame some judges and their judgment in this country over the overwhelming indiscipline and corruption among public servants and politicians. Abana or Kantamanto. Abana, good afternoon to you. Obi, good day. I am Papaya from Accra. I hope now the NDC know that judges we have in our various courts are not biased. According to them, they are only biased when they lose a case, and it's so sad. We say, Obi, when the verdict is in their favor, it's rule of law. But when it goes otherwise, they call the court unanimous FC. Shaking my head. Mohammed Ibrahim Ede and Mohammed Ede say, Kwejoma for Sunyane. Or say, Obi, how was the case determined at the Court of Appeal? No money lost. Were the ambulance purchased fit for purpose? Did the judges go through the case? Time will tell. The judges should look through again and sit up with clear minds. Appeal is by way of rehearing. The court is supposed to go through all the entire evidence on record. Obi, don't you know that the High Court is for? Okay, that's not a comment we have to read on this show. But that's Obi, please, you are giving all the time to this man who support blah blah blah. Ralph, thank you. Obi, I find it perplexing when the NDC asserts that JM cannot engage in a debate with Dr. Baumia because he is not on the same level as JM. However, in 2012, then Vice President Mahama, who later became president after the passing away of President Mills, debated candidate Nanado without giving excuses. So what has changed now? Good evening, lawyer Otrobu lawyer Ewutrobu. Good day, Obi. The decision by the Court of Appeal clearly indicates that there is indeed rule of law in the country. We wait anxiously for the decision of the Supreme Court when the appeal is filed by the AG. Majesty or Tesano or their Brain. No. Hi, Obi. Good afternoon. For your good work, tell the NPP government to go and to collect Cecilia Dape's money. 2024 is here. My name is Makito from Lakba. Makito or Lakba. Obi, although I'm disappointed in the judgment, but I'm happy that the judiciary is not under the control of the executive, as some people have perceived it to be. Nana Prempe, lead education parrot Africa. And Odiwe about Edase. My message is now about Edoso. We'll try and read as many as possible. In Mama Yenina Yenshan. About first, Yenkwotie Emra. My messages are I can make and then I'll tell you about Tridol Express, about my life insurance, EcoBank Ghana, Imperial General Assurance, Thontina 74, and a Franco Trading Enterprise. Omo on sem de bebre na edemamo. After this short break, yebetie yebasisia.
Arise, Ghana, you for your country. Service of Frederick Subio. Hooray! National Service Scheme penny for Frenyuma when you won't dijuma, a young crank Nyuma, MMDs, Ministries, Nyuma Krabata Hodro, any Numa when it was our better National Service for no one Aye Juma, a one Fiem Pinonia Drunu 9 in Fiem Pinonia Drunum, our service of Fimu, the one facata, extra when service for Emraya Shea, a fee postina, Ebekoswano, and crank Nyuma pan, a bedimwa cotine, a fay, in Nyuma Krabata Hodro and Trancata, Emraye, not young service for Dua, Mube. Anyone addition more body potia mope. Ya ken yina. Esase mudi gumo office letterhead so. Na mudi adwuma krono ne office address, email, ne phone numbers. Eni baby a adwuma ne woka ho. Enyuma mubehia bibi sronko wode ya kan ya team frɛ NSS secretariat. Na mo ne ye nsuso ho. Ansa na July bosome de to so aduasa edru so wa afimu. National Service. Yes, sumo mine in building a fatherland.
You say Grobo yes. Nanswe we say we jiweni and one say we the 500 Ghana cedis in Mohomo. But to EcoBank account mu wo EcoBank in Krabata and na Express Point BRA Benwo. Utumi so the fa EcoBank mobile so. Na ube to me di wo chefa wa chedie be bro. 1 million Ghana cedis e wo EcoBank million gang promo ni mu EMG. Anio. Every May bosumi kosi 31st July 2024. Enipa be bro 7,000 be fili soft life ankasa. Be ye EcoBank customer na we am fawo kon kai say 500 cedis bia wo de beto account mu no wonya point wo EcoBank million gang no mu enne ya EMG enti fasika to account mu enne ya na di wo chefa wo sika ne achede be bro 1.2 million Ghana cedis ni mu kwampa wo be faso agi wani wa brabom kwampapa ebibi man papa EcoBank the Pan African Bank akrade ena lady won sa hase na ekoso won Caritas platform no so.
Minia,
sis.
In your money, someone found come at Chibane Wabuchino. 2 weeks in a fay and then your mano aqua could. The Jamia Cran said, in number woman in 9 cabin. Oh, so what should the come make your shipping company as a pa? Yemi say no.
That day when you used to Tridol Express.
I mean, see your monkayo.
Tridol Express, dear. What do you near my money? Acha, 3 to 5 days now could do. So what did near my money woman? That's 7 days in go through with the Kudura. Office or Kodusika, one more the
Sir,
Tridol, one more ye faster, papa, one more upper, which will be more than Tahu baby on near money drew. Ejimako, near Crank, you now percent near my common on near. Tridol, I need the fa. Sarah, you bet to me at Joe near my fiaman on near April. For Tridol was 0535 195 353. WhatsApp 0535 195 354. Hey,
Awaje, Akwaba, malaria no twe waso.
Hey, enya grow unia fever, me ti paiement. Na me fe me ntumi ndi. Hey, just me ampa me fufu kura na ya asem o.
Hey, upa no fufu. Nemu me gidi se omo ye test ansa na omo malaria dro no ho.
Oh, ane, me ye. Na se nkoma malatu. Tu malaria na se one time. Sharp.
Awaje, we dey twani jeni so. O madam bisa wase. O se wojima bebree ma o.
Oni how kra. Ahode wo ho.
Se unya malaria, no malatu atemeta
lumefantrine egum ye want a tablet any nsuo etu malaria se ewom panimfo ene nkwada a wanya bi mu se wonum no nansa na wanto a kongu doctor malatu upedudu atu akọ NS Chemist Limited FDA agye adwade nkra
sika sha nedi sisiade se wucha sika jackpot na wudi a ye be sign the sika ka ho ama wodi aya adoye ama wona wo hia moa
medakpa na ba alemele job kaka inu ve kpoga mene kaka amanvova woto society be maya fama ma wona yilawo
medanyamia sise akana kuma so babiya bebi onya ya nyame mane nya nhye na nyame ntuni kwanda
iti mijina Kolebu Chief Executive, any management, any orthopedic management na nemu that in your banners, any Adom TV for us.
Mijina Greater Accra Regional Hospital and name in Penny 4 me HOD Dr. Fred and administrator Auntie Becky and name any midwives, the doctors say Juma Hina name the Asida Ainikabia Emma Multimedia Adum TV.
Sika jackpot. Kaya hwe na ya nyado ye mom. Sha nedi.
Abuya close mansa futu krotia na so kobing boniti na damna matuananu ya na wonnam misano kwansu Ghana man won homere so ya Ghana man man homere so ya no kuya man man homere so enu osuna man yokunu the new patriotic party na munsiesie mu for the event of the year Ekuapem North constituency mega ofie walk anopa no num no bi biara siesie no ho afa MPP akande abɔ ne ho na yehia mu wɔ manfi runabout na yɛde nyom ne momome ne osebo ne nantew ne awokeka ne Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia ɛna Samia Wuku ne MPP mpanyin anantewa kosi mampong Ekuapem kontonchi na yɛde dwumade no akɔhyehyɛ so wɔ mampong Coronation Park ɛhɔ na wɔbɛ lunch NPP campaign nankasa ɛwɔ Ekuapem mpanyin a wɔbɛbɔ chidom ebi ne Honorable Kennedy Akompre Akua Japan yɛn akora Justin Kodua Nana Bugati adodo friend Nana B Nana Ajiman Prempe Anthony Kabu Jeff Kunedu Eastern Regional Chairman MPP esan is akoyo so na man yokunti nyom to momome yato nsafre akuku dama nyom tofo a ɛyɛ baby jet asamwajan guru praye edem and won akeka Andy Dusty so wo Ekuapem na wo yɛ MPP osuna man yoku de enyi hu fi dwumadim yɛreto nsafre bia bigana man ne wiase afa na nyinara ɛyɛ osuna man yoku ntikai so wo so do hu bɛhyɛ mbi mega ofie walk ɛreba so 3rd August anopa no num ebefiase wo man runabout na yakowie dwumadi no ɛwɔ mampong Ekuapem Coronation Park ɛhɔ na dwumadi na yɛde bɛhyehyɛ so obunu mankum da page osune chini abua pia
what my show with my omba papa tofu na me so be here scan na onya scan we here mama me sunse nyina aka me tumu sa ma we show fashion na bi no no e wo mo hyehyɛ mu no utimi di busuani a onimru 74 years e be ka ho said the Asem 2 said Asem 2 me ya we need to anka wonsem sikafia metua no busu me bia no e so fashion no me from apɛ eno mo ba me moa ene se obi abo ma ba so yi be didi na ewie na mfaso
Mr. wa kai say ori aboatin se wa mfane papa anhye my way insurance ni mu a enka faso di we nyina ka onya aya kai say abrebia obey my way insurance no odi obusuani mapa baako ebe hye so ebetumi aya wo yire ukunu umame upapa unua ana oba nipa bia odi ne beka ho no say nipa no wontu ahwe phone ne dial *165#. Oh, MTN so say sia. Send my way a. Ka say no way.
From where hot narrow. Soft drink palm me the quench in the test narrow. You want the cola, orange, lemon, vino narrow. I'm a feeling cool and refresh your body narrow. Non-alcoholic flavor cola, orange, lemon, vino narrow. Narrow cola, orange, lemon. lemon, and Bovino, new non-alcoholic flavored drinks from Nero Beverages. For bulk purchase, contact 054-5300-811. This advert is FDA approved.
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives, and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new age. Quick Credit is now Bills Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
Tontonte yenno nsane e fadwen ne e fadwen mpa say na nim say brebi beba ama tontina 74 opa ye ne simple T74 abeye aduro tontina 74 ana T74 asa twe yadwene asina nanom dodo so say de na dodo bua ma nanom enyare basabasa no saa na tontina 74 ana T74 ebo anipadua no e ma immune support enti obi onum bie no abrebia ne ho denden tontina 74 yinso yaye no say nsuo krokro kama enti baby a wonam bia obetimi de wade akọ samene wa ankefi na kroi eda no nko na wie ye wa bra mennom T74 samennom tontina 74 menya hoɔden mennom ne da bia T74 yi eye hahama ene ye de aye na DHC ena aframa na ye kama saa no T74 ahoɔden ni apomuden ko a wokɔ pharmacy ana baby eto nro bia ubenya tontina 74 yi bia to T74 yi enye ma oba wa fa afuro ana obi a ɔma nufuo ana se obi a onya mfie Etu phone 050-162-8931 and a 0246-073-498. FDA agi ejedi nkrat.
1xBet ye ni jaba obia otebia enya kwenya edi kunima kese 1xBet casino so unso betimi akọ 1xbet.com.gh and the promo code GH casino akwenya 24,000 cedis and 150 free spins 1xBet emma o top slots agra ede any bonuses be kisha chede win some na e 1xBet casino baby ankwenya de ekewo gambling we true inti twen wa hwe yim enya ma wa won di mfie dun watch gaming commission aginkratu yatum.
The luckiest star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah.
Welcome and now for a daily star 712 hash and found no regrets. A side comma investors are a striking goal. A comma health workers are a diagnosing luck with precision. A side comma that tough guy who couldn't hold back his tears. They say a comma passionate farmer also entering containing a joy. After to the seamstresser or turning a hard-earned stitches into a bundle of happiness. And now, a comma if you say your next big win is right here.
Dial star 712 hash and join the luckiest winning celebration. From the 1st of July 2024, dial star 712 hash to keep buying tickets as a group, individual, or even as a community. Win loads of cash and prizes in the community draw or go for the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. Unlock your luck with star 712 hash. Join the winning streak now.
The luckiest star 712 hash. Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah.
Yenim se krobo aye hye nanso we se wo giweni and one se wo de 500 Ghana cedis mohomoho beto Ecobank account mu wo Ecobank Nkrabata ana express point biara benwo utumi so de fa Ecobank mobile so na wo betumi adi wo chefa wa chede bebro 1 million Ghana cedis e wo Ecobank million gang promo ni mu EMG anio every May bosumi kosi 31st July 2024 enipa bebro 7,000 be feel soft life ankasa be ye Ecobank customer na we am fa wo kon kai say 500 cedis bia wo de beto account mu no wonya point wo Ecobank million gang ni mu eneya EMG enti fasika to account mu eneya na di wo chefa wo sika ne achede bebro 1.2 million Ghana cedis ni mu kwampa wo be fa so agiweni wa brabom kwampapa ebibi man papa Ecobank the Pan-African Bank akrade ena lady won sa hase na ekoso won Caritas platform no so
Ora, Pacho, what does one feel cylinders were ha?
Oh, I knew. Now we been for so big brain a womb. So we feel with gas cylinder no ever ha. And yes, we cylinder no one, you say, Bibia Elko you home. Nemuno, who bet me to do be a wisicabeso. Na dear money yet deck a secret say. What do we need to do our Ophelia Maubia? And to book at assembly name.
Wait, dear, Philly Kaduchi. So we need to more in danger. Sankanye LPG stations, sir. Anka yen taxi drivers. Deni ebeye.
Nasa LPG gas stations. Omo to me crat home with the Jumano.
Sisi akradi LPG stations ni nyinano. Ubetimi to want to sukra sinkaneno. LPG stations se won man mu die. Every tete and a National Petroleum Authority am my license. Ghana Fire Service, Ghana Standards Authority, Factory Inspectorate, any EPA so tayechi.
Inti eno krese LPG stations eye Ghana for die.
Anio, so wo fele wo cylinder e wo ye gas stations wa. Na wo boa ama Ghana nyuma etumpon. Mechire se LPG nkwani industry a e wo man Ghana mu a eye 100% Ghana for die.
Sikano beka heya.
Yembo Ghana nyuma ho bai. Wo mra ye fele ye gas cylinders wo LPG stations wo man mu babia.
I found a partner I can trust.
Bro, you told me you had an insurance claim 2 days ago. And today your car is fixed. Fresh like that. How?
Yes, so that is how the new collision insurance policy from Imperial works.
Wow.
I'm okay. The Imperial collision insurance policy has enormous benefits. I just upgraded my usual third-party policy and I get my car parts fixed when I get a damage from any collision.
Really?
I enjoy hospitalization benefits when I'm admitted at the hospital beyond 3 days and I still keep my third-party benefits.
Hey.
My year sorted rough.
Hey.
You are saying, hey, just sign up to the Imperial collision insurance policy and enjoy insurance benefits beyond the road. Talk to your broker, agent, or call us on 0577 667 436 for further details. You can also follow us on all our social media handles. T's and C's apply. Imperial General Assurance. Solid protection.
Solid protection.
Rise, Ghana youth, for your country.
Service afifo Frederick Subio. Hooray! National Service Scheme penny for friend yuma when you won't diduma, a young crank yuma, MMDs, ministries, in human crabata hoodwo, any yuma when it was our better national service for anyone I yet juma, I won't fear pinonia drunu 9 in fear pinonia drunum, our service a fimu, the one for crata, extra when here service for Emraya Suye, a fee postina, ebe quasono, and crank yuma pan, a bedimwa cotine, a fay, in human crabata hoodwan trancata, Emraye, not young service for dua, mube. Anyone addition more body potia mope. Ya ken yina. Esase mudi gumo office letterhead so. Na mudi adwuma krono ne office address, email, ne phone numbers. Eni baby a adwuma ne woka ho. Enwuma mo behia bibi sronko wode ya kan ya timfre NSS secretariat. Na mo ne ye nsusu ho. Ansa na July botome de to so aduasa edru so wa afimu. National service. Yes, sumo mine no.
In building a fatherland.
Ghana for why ready ana Game Park Limited a lottery company for ewa Ghana Kroma e dia grow for Abeja na e shase every 15th September 2023 tinso aba da wakoma so every the number 1 Ekosiisen 36 chani boom na share nim say wo be disika bocho wa bra ye yi number na pie bobo wo na ye ready say wo be di mula wa bra wo twa from 1 Ghana cedi to 350 cedis na face kana wo be channel fa bo ho predio no nsia me tire 26 times e was that pick one game yimu but star 946 hash e networks ni nyina so and now betimi download the Game Park app no e wo yen website ni so www.gameparkgames.com share your live draws e wo Adum TV anopa no nkron ewia dumienu e na nwumre no nsia de bia Game Park more mula more power Sagrodi National Lottery Authority in Sashase undi mfie du nwoche a endi sagro ibi bono wa hwe yiem.
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new age. Quick Credit is now Bill's Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
Midindi akrobato, me pemasum bianti,
and I'm the Kodom, me Bambo Life Insurance, I free Holland Life. And my bush penny, and try to my Obianchi 1,000 Ghana cities. Niamfenya, or penny, a ye, Metiano, and was some cry. The Bambo Life Insurance, a boy me cover me, I will bring me pra, and I made them, and answer a year to me. Efa, a whole canina, I be quite Metria, 2 Ghana cities pair, a simple cry.
Anio, 2 Ghana cities pair, who's who met me was Sunji, a fire cow, Prani, a year de Bahon, and one is Odo, who met me Bambo Insurance here, the free Holland Life, who the about star 269 hash, I will tell you so on the MTN so, Nadinia Bebanuchi, me say, a simple cry. Nyasum Jewa Brawan to so say, or Dachi or Bambo pa, me Bambo Insurance here, Yashada Yamawo.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM 94.7.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, biba, ode Asempa na bo. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, biba, ode Asempa na bo. Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo mene sempa de brane mamba obi som
94.7 Asempa FM Sony Ekosiisen Jumedi na wasugusu awutie no masom ewo in studios amide di Osei Bonsu from Obi at Jumedi so 6:30 p.m. and a Jumedi no eba ewieye enche mekwa ahoma no so edi nkomo bi from the Central Regional Capital Cape Coast unim se ene His Excellency the former president and the running mate Professor Nana Jane Opokwajeman ewo Central Region na ya there former president dine D at the natural and anonymous him for will touch base with the team on the ground and won etumi edi enkomo. But first ma memfa we mu intwem oye private lotto operator na wutie me a the governing board of the NLA National Lottery Authority sememfa nsemi ento wenim na the omo kan say mo a modas wudi dwuma no we private lotto operator na wo hye baabi eye enya de a license ye papa license ne kura ewu obi okra wo ye a wo de wu ni license kra mesrew omo say from the 1st of August mo a motesa no operations e ba wiye aje say wako akwakonya license we renew license na ewu no and normal grace period from now till the 15th of August. Say for renew license. No, from now till 15th August. Say for renew license. And yes, wasun ebeyeshe papa. Say wa anya AG HRMOA MSC AG NLF HRMOA enforcement actions be including but not limited to lawsuit and a clamp down. It was our team semi ya frewon. It was 0266 087 966 0266 087 966 National Lottery Authority Development through Games. Eric Ej Kasamafo abedi etire edema Professor Nana Jane Opokwajeman. Eric Ekosiisen so ni akwa aba etesen
Mejo so obi na adom na wonso
nyame adom Cape Coast boko de
nyame adom bi aboko
It make us say hefa potting amo
You were Cape Coast, Regional House of Chiefs. The dear Omusia, Mudia. On your OCCA.
Okay. Now, how do you be say, Mamma near her?
I'll be the big Asempa 94.7. With your Osei, office of the running mate issue statement, the Beba Central region there. Na yɛde yɛn ho aba abɛkyerɛ na nanom ɛwɔ Central region na yɛba no yɛne flag bearer ne bae ɛfɛ sɛ ɛmfie na yɛtwa mu kɔɔ na yɛpaw no yɛba na nanom nan so ɛde ɔmo de kyerɛ no bɛkyerɛ ɛna afei nso yɛsan paw no bi nti ɛho bɛhia sɛ yɛde ne bɛba aba abɛkyerɛ na nanom bi because ɔrɛ na tenari na nyame yɛ adom ɔkyena and we started a pro ball in Central region. But in Inzena nano na the custodians of our land, you know, ultimately more bishi wabra or more kokoko answer with in the proper bonus His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Eddie the running mate Ever chair Central Regional House of Chiefs. And 34 paramounts is no beer who has this year.
And for more mutie yen oba yen live stream or Facebook and YouTube obe hu videos nibi from the Central Regional House of Chiefs Osha no nanom nyina etel what's the paramounts is near saying 34 paramounts is ni nyina Omunyina eti omone won ene no for Regional House of Chiefs na nye ahemfo ne nkwa aba ahemafo nso omunyina nso wo hobi it basically no Eric message a flag bearer and the running mate e dey man nanom ene saying
obi basically message ne say Central region mudi ni and I share the record of NDC Amanyukua if we are castle pens to see a mammy Professor Jinano Pukwajiman. Hence, a party in the Central region, Hamo. Yedi Aka by Yedi Remisata by Yedi Professor Mills by and then Yedi Mamina Najin Pukwajiman. Now, the dance on one of the owners say, Nipami and Sanamidi can bomb Mudini, Namina Bima. On we inquire your bad time. First time in the history of Ghana, na yeyi ni say on mayor running mate for a political party like NDC. Now one saying you'll be also Central region, and the aba no share about him out for any journey woman na a dance no. And this clears a message being His Excellency John Dramani Mahama communicate Ghana for. Said there is also near Kase what man can do, woman can do better no. This is the time. In the Central region, 14 year war, or bow city sita, to say Professor Jenana Opukwadima. Yeah, what did you with him say? So, the bonnet Sidoma, or no meeting at net in the Ghana Mamu. And Prof. Ekasai, the key issue or address here was about Women's Development Bank. One was a buyer, no, a man bought into your Kaidi and an so a Kaumodi. Baba him out for no concentration. He say why you about all by dear. Or more party for you bit me I am an asogan and money ni pa. And obi so what study for baby of the could be and key message for the name of the Women's Development Bank. Because or your bad time when you said you shit here. And you were more much as you say ne na honwa say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ka say o me ne boa for no. Ono ne kwa adwemu se ono so di si na ni so se Ghana ma e ho be hinha wo mo awu adwuma yim no musikasem ye o mo nyina propose ya ya atum no obe make sure se e be ba into force the Ghana for to abama NDC of which I mean se kianeke e be to amaye no ono so be make sure se obe putu e ma no e wo level o mo deserve some more. So this means that this is going to create a lot of opportunities for Ghana men. Bank ya ye bibia ye be ma sika ye target ni say nipa be 1 million na yemba because ye tikro mai census bia ba ye say man e doso ye pesika for the member and this is the opportunity you bet media build through the bank. Ya ombenya sika edidja aye businesses interest na be was na be ketekete and so be encourage ama omodio. So that is what Prof said. And ananom busan simpi ebinom concentration the lithium agreement na hanging na obi say wa we are.
Yes.
Yeah, nananom our interest both minority and majority no. Omo make sure say the necessary rectification na was say no. Yenye na the agreement need to know moment no more GBA say enkofo na ebe adwuma ne ba and also the tuntu be back petemu ha and also President Mahama Shomo boss already no money now interest because the citizens it is a good day be chef form na enim say be bo man na ehun be hia say ye betumi e dia boa but no so kwa one ne minority for no be kasa ade e wo say eye kroje omo nsu nyina ye boa aba ne betumi implement no obesan so aye omo ha ba ko pa so ne galamsey omo review say ene galamsey nti cocoa production ekofom na central do na ye kuafo nti President Mahama ba omo susu say wa ye dipen o meyi bibi be si galamsey ano na under the NDC time and it to provide over 900,000 metric tons no ye be sia ko obi and also no catch omo say ye dipen because you take kunya so no now want to say amount for ye galamsey e ukwafu under President Ekufo-Addo and dominating the country and you take kunya so no what is say obi na kukwafo so ye chomu free fertilizer and almost I can ha say ombe hia say free fertilizer policy no ye buy and sign farm run and fertilizer no boy thing a lot of things but I believe strongly say American and no the rest in CBN so ye mama since you
Eric, because Kasama more running mate in tea na me person me busa since she was named the running mate no be abosomi be ennan enum ababa be sen eko adenti na afei na yede na ekwa akochia na nanoma hemfo e was central region
obi won say amanya for your wonema ahodu pie ye bi wokokom ni aye bi so obedwem uti me pa
meteor
enti nananom oye dan ya osam ho bopo enyeyi ye wo ananom aye kom na so wokokom ene omukodi nkomo even before the nomination no a lot of consultation were done of which some of these chiefs may aware say about man so be stress or mondishi mu na internet ni de keka ho but we are coming at this particular point in time say all be sia be se na problem na se no ho be hia si be sia na e de na be se na nanom sase mo amodisi na e de na ba e no be sia be bona pro a futu ni insurance in the amwo man on among farmer and indeed I think it's a very good opportunity ni enya ne no o share futu a ye de amaye ne direction na ho do ye de amaya mpenimfozi pani ofie I think it's a good cause
into from Ochinano officially or share the tour of the central region I say
yeah Ochina and yes ya for bonase on say your MPs no either society but yenya ntie bi enena on be and this sitting
okay
but already know the plan is you best start here with the orphan constituencies no
okay
and there be a problem in the shaft in the shaft or number of constituencies which nyakomu kosi adafiada then we come back home and re-strategize and come the following week. So for now the first movement I reckon the orphan constituencies in the electorate in the church.
Very well. Eric, my say we wish you well. Bibiani ebese ba bidin komobio. Why?
Obi money am ejuma.
Yeah, that's a pa. And Eric J and attending Kano deputy communications director for the running mate of the NDC, Professor Jane Opoku Ajeman, and I'm going to say all my update on visit to the central region, meeting with the regional house of chiefs and matters arising. And Tianonen Komoa Yaneno Aqua Kudi Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Yada munyina say Emma munyina kwa babio. Enche yada discussion segment be shasoba ma min twaso mfa we no entwam yewia na afede wo ho no yetimi ede atwaso Tridal Express mo a mo kranio mafiri amanone ebia Ukrainian free US of A, with the Neoma free UK, with the Neoma free China, any ade and Eba Ghana. With the Neoma A free Ghana, Ako US, with the Neoma free Ghana, Ako UK, with the Neoma A free Ghana, Ako Singapore, any baby out the Neoma A Air Kubiano, a choir was our faso edecono here. Na sometimes I am more bread and son more the Neoma no Ako. I complicated the amamo. Me pacho enuntina Tridal Express aba ede amamu nyina enti se wonte ya mesel se enne wo be yi wasum na watie ni ye se Tridal Express no omodo onioma ebeba Ghana amawo ye de nioma so be kwa no ne ede amawo within 3 to 5 working days na nioma na kwa kodu ye de ba Ghana ha ye de ba wo doorsteps enti we na nya de a ye de koja baby se bra ne bra befa debi Tridal Express ama nioma aye very very easy Ediama Munina enti sa wodi nioma kwama no ne wodi ko US of A Tridal Express will deliver to your doorsteps here in Ghana Shannon so efama in fact sa wo tonioma ne from no na sa wa kra wuntimi nkonkoto Tridal bitimi atonioma na ma through their proxy shopping service. Your items would also be safe and secure because of more app I'll bet me the app no attrack it. When new man say, your chassis a free US rubber Ghana, obit my track it. Download the Tridal Express app, no iOS store, as a Google Play Store. Never track it on your man. Frewon, it was 0535 195 353 0535 195 353. Now only one into me in Incomo. At Tridal Express, shipping is made simple, fast, and reliable. Omo boy juma papa menka enada onim say ene amanfo ton sase a e anan sase ne bo no edin home ownership ene furnishing wesi dan na wi a wo furnish dan ne mo no ana ne bo no edin ba manya deal bi di amamo ene me pacho utie me na o pa sase na ato ope se wo to fie ope se what's you down say a finish him kama ema me patchom you deal ema. You can get the best deals for all your housing needs at one place. We know men ko baby one place. The EcoBank Joy News Mini Fair. EcoBank Joy News Mini Fair. Baswo Good Park. Good Park no Ebayakra Mall. 30th August ena shase to 1st September 30th of August next month, exactly a month from today, and I shall in the 30th August to the 1st of September 2024. The fair would open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. It is the EcoBank Joy News Mini Fair, Good Park, Ebayakra Mall, 30th August near Shasie. Be there to engage with the various stakeholders in the housing value chain for your home ownership needs. The EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair, get a house and make it a home. EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Cities and Habitat, rent to own, and sponsored by Elegant Homes, where quality meet value. Safety and home solutions. You think of a door, we have it. G&J Technical Services, the generator people. Deftraco Woodlands, a master plan gated city. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Homeworld Building Supplies, let's build together. Global Lighting, your solution to quality lighting. Superlock, you deserve the best. Everlast, UPVC windows and doors, the right choice for windows and doors. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough. Less Fortune Limited, curtains be luxuriously perfect. DBS Roofing Industry, your roof expert, your virtual security, complete security solution. Yoben Security Doors, protecting lives and properties. And at Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investment. EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair, get a house, make it a home. Minty, be part of this one. De okwa deals na make a what and hana ubinyano. Ubinya dayato, ubinya sasiato, say home furnishing na opa, ubinya nyomeni nyinato, ewo, hamon shanenson, emfa emayen. Na abedwafono nase enti enche mobeti omunyina enka sisia na afei ya hwe edi dwumadie no etimi atoamo. So we say Obi, good afternoon. I don't get it. Is the AG really interested in getting our supposed stolen money back? Considering the rejection by the AG's outfit, the third accused had also, by 4 different letters by his lawyers, requested and made proposals to the Attorney General for a plea bargain, which would see Big C General, third accused principal, pay 2 million euros in exchange for the cessation of prosecution. Enamuraba and Onodiwe Abba. Good afternoon, Obi. So doesn't former President Mahama and the NDC trust the judges now? Do they believe rule of law is working now? Asempa Castro anano or in Sawem odia brain enono yadase Castro anano. We say Obi, the good book says that anyone who will wrongly conspire in the name of politics to wrongfully and unjustly persecute a dead on arrival ambulance case against any innocent person will fall dead in the name of God of Honorable Atofos. No, the statement issued this afternoon by the AG was a premature ejaculation statement combined with emotional instability, blah, blah, blah. Obi, in the case, why is the AG rushing in granting interviews to media houses just after some few hours of the appeal court ruling? But the same AG refused to do same when the AG is granting interviews. We issue statement as well granting interviews. Paul de Souso. And uti AG interview what we know is we issue statement. In fact, we've tried today Sanke Yebenya, the deputy AG and Edin Komoba. We've not been successful. I don't know the interviews are okay be our Kasawa station be so there I don't know, but for all we know a statement and a way issue or say this action alone from the AG support the excellent submission from lawyer Eduji Tamaklo about showing abuse of power in the name of politics. Justice will work again when there is change in government. Okay. Thank you. Paul de Souso, also virtual Asempa official panel member. Mate, Paul, yeah, that's it. Papa. Ma mention I trust. We say Obi. I wished you were here in Tema to see the wonderful convoy of road construction equipment the government has imported for every constituency. Breaking the 8 is possible. Nana Amponsa Bediako. Okay, I've gotten information. I say the AG spoke on Midday News on Joy FM with MFR. Very well. Inti, thank you, Paul de Souso. Thank you for that information. We say Obi, please find out from Kwete how many bags of rice constitute personal effect. Okay. Meaning that when it's personal effect, they are unye duty. I think that's the thrust of your message. Obi, good afternoon. The NDC guys should proclaim, say when the appeal goes against them at the Supreme, they should proclaim same when the appeal goes against them at the Supreme Court. Greetings to Honorable Herbert Krapper, the Energy Minister of State at the Energy Ministry. Seshak and Odiwe, Abe Seshak, Yadase, Papa. Okay, let me see the other messages here. We say the NDC is suddenly friends to the court because it suits them. We are waiting to hear from them the same way when it goes against them. My greetings to a staunch NDC faithful Don Leo, who is also a true vandal, jubilating on the vandals platform. Gusty man or Brikum. Congratulations to Honorable Atoforsen and his team. No amount of witch hunt or work. Sir Prince or Ayen Suano. Sir Prince or Ayen Suano and or the way about Sir Prince. Yedase papa. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Ma yensheba Michelle says unfoul message Maya. You can still come through with yours I would share them with the rest of the world. Mayemra studio ana lawyer Enoch Amofa afuakwa sorry about cancer waha yene no nsa se ni nkomo councilor kwa ba na sen
yo so minua obi
bibi ekoyi
nyame ado bibi ekoyi ye twen ho se obeba no wabekan ho oba ho
medase mama nka che for say ye hwe nim se Dr. James Kwabnabon Feba bekan ye ho and afei the honorable Von D the NDC MP for the people of Shifo Atimokwa eba bekan ye ho studio and afei ya try and common so but council what here in sema akoso and from the Court of Appeal and matters arising ete was saying me pacho
yeah obi mayemfa enchia sonko emma watiefo ne wahwefo wada wohwe yen wo mu social media handles ne so na wonso a wotie 94.7
sure
yenchia wo munyina
sure
na mabaha sei so dia na manfa omampanyin na nadodanko akufuado one na bedi ekira o sanso ye Ghana mampanyin a wote apatam won se wa kan kase mo ne kase omampanyin beti apatam a na kire se dodo ne nyina hu ni so ye omampanyin na enso so no ye mfa tumi hye ne sa so mo ye omampanyin eno nti onam ebo pro esre Ghana for wa hobrasiem se Ghana for emfa won gidie no entai na chi se de dan da wotai na chi no na o me ye omampanyin se de be ya ne niso ade hunu or the 2 on the 7th of April, February 2024, the University of Professional Studies, no, a bit near Benabel, my Ghana. Obi, you have been so we are seeing Equa. Sebi, I will say, what can Dinia will be doing Nimun Ehia, and Untina, what Chiracun Crumuno, ye free be the Book of Chronicle, or they buy I can't cast anymore. I say Bresosem, a Brebian Swasema Eba. It's a Brea, a woman, a ye koye Nimuno. Osha mampanyin na danko akufu ne foundation a wole amayen na e na no pay me kan mo sister station Adom FM
yes
so mampanyin akufu ado e Ghana health independence osha the massive injection of capital in infrastructure as far as hospitals and health facilities are concerned since the conception of this modern state called Ghana in the Fourth Republic you know o mampanyin bia into sa na money bida e ba kwan so a or my road independence Asempa and FM. They already had the major foundation of my apart from the over 11,000 kilometers of roads any maintenance near there why you not being you know and say a daughter or pa infidie mako 2,420 huntuma the Black Star Square that's infidie 2,420 the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Decentralization and the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and a Jospon group of companies, a J Plant Pool, and allied sister ministries, a Cahono, say the various district assemblies, metropolitan municipal district assemblies, no, Ebenya Sanfidie way, a ruler, compactor, backhoe, bulldozers, graders, and a Fidia, they are quite, ye maintaining a quine, no, district be a Benyana son in the day. Nasa bi se bi ye man temu akwan tipa trucks ka ho kakan kakra aban timi fa quota enka so no brano no wo sensuo to na se bi o na ye monchimon ka ofa so ayenye ye no da bia ye twen sa aban beba enne nyame adom in the history of our country no aban we atake this bold initiative what to sa na mo kese we a opasa ade no to ma do bia nim se enye yi enne ayeyi district bia benya san fidie yi bia aban no committee ade a na obeka say o masa mfidie we say no be do anya fango because of sikasem ne ade aban the budget to allocation of budget to ho no more adequate supply of fuel for this machines e be ye mantem akwan eso ye be be ye mfudie akoka ye kwan ayentimi fa so fa ne mama aduane boa ye den a aduane wo ho na eso so no se be ba kromu no nti no e ho aye den ne ho aye nna no sa mfidie we say wo ho no more at least rapid response on the maintenance of our roads no e dis adwuma no na mateme before ho atoyen wo ye research na research kire say ade a Ghana for hia pa bio apart from free senior high school no eye yakwan e ho asem obi a ubi o kasa fidie tum se ye mfret memfo mfra ye fresh sie ya eye makwan na so aban ba ye the Fourth Republic one ne akwan hene na nadanko kufuado didi na ye akwan hene eye apomuden hene na de ube shane kabanyina ne street nyina wi na say the school so nyina amma no or your school ra on na be my independence as far as your secondary education concern or retooling your secondary education e Ghana say na free the boundary of finances and na ho no mo e man independent crossing no and we be sa boundary na free ho wa be sa border na free ho the free access globalization obi an movie obi an cabinet kwa make amma approval say a free compulsory senior high school education Emra Ghana like FQ bar your free compulsory universal basic education no Ghana ebenya free compulsory secondary education a compulsory so we Ghana ni bia na one co school cry no na nya secondary education na say secondary education ese wunya whether TVET whether the normal secondary education grammar like and also per skill technical education e wo say wunya ansa na wo say what the who the person you abrabo bia no so obeto aso bio and I want to aso bio no aban policy now cabinet dey nsa shase and say e wo say obi compulsory uko secondary education obi ebi sie ma im ha say eda enuti say papa yi etu sa na mo wo say nyina nenne what the road friends say construction equipment ebe mayen district assemblies no now my more resolute or my more powerful or when you holding kesiye e de atimi maintain the inner roads and feeder roads and the town roads e wo yen mountain I am fa quota en kanso a e wo se e ba aban abaso na wona woda dwene e de sai ni so ade hunu ba ye no the local government minister or hono mo Yera Martin James Akosa o ye mrase bedwani e ma the people of Techiman North
FM
ono ye Techiman South
e wo se ye bona baso ye pa na ho brase ni nimde eni ade o ya ties adwumadi we chi a ebe mu no na the me dekra ne ye the maintenance aspect of it how I be so be maintain say aban ejapade bia no e na the management ne problematic we to de be ma na so no be akwohwe wo chi in the next 1 year 2 years no na ye basa aban ka we be hwe no be de twe banche obi de kwa yie ye de ye officer bi adwuma che say ye use any how not for the intended purpose at all no about the stringent measures go akwema ye de be safeguard this equipment ye be make sure say the vision in here the tools are na more mine the taxpayers money ekoshe mu through the common fund administrator no yetimi anya that value for money no 7 committee members and the special self-idea we say so the member of parliament or war importem honomo district name the district chief executive and metropolitan municipal and district executives or more urban roads engineer or federal roads engineer or more and pedophobia woman tem ho any soldier ni penya or oversight responsibility or those area hono so no e kan ho bi ye nim say soldier kan ho bi and is a discipline e wo hono because on hwe say ye dip sa e fidie ba koye niam bi a ensem fata na de emi de home ni say excavator anka ho na manfo bi aka say e be kwaye niam bi a ense na enfata enti purposefully no sa fidie we say no e be boa ma ya kwan it we assembly bedwani ya assembly member we unit committee ni a e wo so mo ani gi because now what the request e come out with district chief executive and now presiding member say mo ntem mu kwan no e wo say eti be prapra so kakra ma mo say de be atemam fo ho be to mo a now you are justified because mba prepare work plan na work plan ne so no and the be hwe so e be full allocation a e be ba ho na abeso e be go afidie nim na afidie tia ya adwuma and this is creating over 10,000 direct employment for the operators servicemen on be service this equipment any idea
yes
na obi omo creating regional service centers are or more service vans e be this FDA echi a e be say maintenance supply of maintenance supply of parts any servicing of this equipment no e be ye brano say the life of this equipment no e betimi atena ho no mo ache let me serve the intended purpose of why the government of Ghana committed this huge sums of money in procuring this long lasting equipment ebe boya ma ya kwan etimi agina so ye amaye na kakra abanya sika na so de quota akanso a ye de ama contractor for no me de quota akanso amaye sa ban enya dru ho na yesika mboabo no se ye de quota abegu so a at least unam so a eni kwan se eye kimkima ebu amanfo shock absorbers na amanfo tie airpai na amanfo ka ofa dropping bi na ka bi o se menko edu ba bi areas bi okra na edu anwumra ka bi aso nko because of the nature of the road udi agro akronfo bi akwa mo e wo kwan so ne sa ne ma ne nyina no will be a thing of the past because these machines are there in your district. These machines are available in your district. Men have been trained that you bet you from the central government. Yes. You train you could train you in China. You be training business for Ghana has here their counterparts know has say to support them technology transfer as far as refurbishment of this equipment, managing this equipment. And using this equipment, I concern now. Ninyina so no eba be transcend to the corridors of the Ghanaian community. Everybody the Ghanaian youth, are capable of learning the working conditions of some of these machines. Now it me assembling of this machine.
Agbesi Nuchu, a member of the NDC, you say, Obi let the MPP rep know that such initiative also took place under JDM. All districts were given equipment for maintaining roads in their district. So it is not the first time. He should stop talking as if this is the first in our history.
Mami Kanche, if it's honorable Agwesi Nuchu, I know, and I say any of Agwesi, Mr. Agwesi Nuchu. ABC that's our buyer supply 7 equipments are year every district. Or my penny for time, you supply graders be to some districts. Or my penny Mahama time, you aware some machines a koi. If you are the tractors crack on some district assemblies, any idea. But it is in segments. Ultimately be away ye. When you say Obi, your coin be horn say chaswa. In the you say dozer and the bit me be coin. And some grader no, etimia surface, you know, while level in this line money man also. Who the grader and quack districts, you know, NASA equipment we can be that age man. We tipper truck a can baby horn be here so about carry foreign material laterite if you baby. Now they will share guso. Now the grader no all level so now roller no so fast so compact no water tanker no edisua petiso roller no so fast so compact no. Say the be kwan be more trouble. And this is the first time a baby supply a set of road maintenance equipment to every district in this country. And don't see in the past say a baby supply graders in the it was in segments. But this is the first time in the history of our Fourth Republic or Mampenyin and Adanko Kufuado. I was a Ghana for you now Bonabaso, a set of road maintenance equipment. The difference is that a buyer or my bidano, a year no single provide single equipment. Grader, and a trata. Uko assembly see a bunch of trata buckets, BCO, not trata no aye obsolete. A mura fufu, this is one man, and you baby. Now, your friend say, the plow, this plow, I want to come on there, the editor from baby, and yet maybe it has no use. But wait there, Ubehuni say, dozer, ewo, Ubehuni is a tipper truck, ekahon, Shakma tipper trucks, Kessiani ekahon, Ubehuni say roller, ekahon, backhoe, ekahon, wheel loader, the Sanya, and it's a coffer latrite. Hero that now ebe drive ya ko the latrite site or no akasa de get latrite now loaded to the tipper truck no ko hwia gum say coffer stones no load na ko load no na tipper truck na ko hwia go no a ebe ma less cost to the running of the various assemblies now local governance no ebe efficient because government has decentralized road maintenance to the various district levels now ebe boa amaye hwahin han kakra na central government hwahin han no na timamufu a omutua to no so no enya value for the tax that they are paying in the long run no obi Asempa FM ede yedie ene brain because utu kwan na se kwan no nam so na efficient unya problem bia kwan no so a ukontem na wabantem ebio foodstuffs are aka the various farm data entimi mass city center me supply me nya aduane ane bo wo form no so no we no so ebeboa na be open the farm gate ne farm routes no ama cars etimi akọ the various farm gates na kofa aduane abrɛ a initiative of government a what tripling effects on the economy of our country was see a bo aban aba so obi ankasa aban bi ma district assemblies equipment but this is the first time a certain government supply a set of road maintenance equipment. Me district, Obuasi municipal. In the past, Ango Good, a chair, Obuasi municipal, I think, say, asphalt plant or something. Now, only this 7 set of equipment can hoa. Obuasi municipal assembly or asphalt plant, honomoa. Now, the Ebekana is Obakoto gravels. Now, I talk bitumen. Obet me cry road surfacing, I can home because of the equipment our one. Our set of road maintenance equipment and road construction equipment now. I don't see a bayakonim. Yeah, my decentralization so no acronym. I will see a baba so me fa nya man yosem. Ye hu ni say Ghana for ye yonti e na ban tu sa na mo no. Ye hu ni say Ghana for su a ye so ache e wo yakwan ye mantem akwan hu nti. Obi, wo fa insho to wo fa mantem bi akwan a na oyem kura hyew. Baby ho no mo a obehia se car be ha fa gravels boulders bi na kwa be hwia gum se de be ya e be boni pan kwa ho ban na so no cost component obe de akwakoye okwa assembly no ho no ma we need capacity because the sika kran enso no to obe de akwakoye ma na timamufo e to amenam cars e break down ho e kwan ni bi ho krampo na aye closed streets and closed roads because of some of these gullies are developing or akwan ni mu no. I don't so man penny to us and I don't expect any person to be sitting somewhere and be sending messages say or my Abraham Hammer, SND, graders and SND. What is the health of these graders now? The maintenance system of these graders are the two. The difference is that we have learned from the mistakes of the past. This project, the district road improvement program of this government has learned from the mistakes of the past governments. You supply just equipment and some equipment to the district. It's of no use to the various districts. But now we have provided a set of equipment. We are providing a set of equipment. It's of use to the equipment to the district. Obi, we say low bed, and they offer low bed say on for machine, and call baby. Low bed no, or can say be a 5,000, 7,000. They just a short distance.
Okay.
No, a juicy kaboom.
Okay.
I buy out of 50 low beds. I can this machines no. Add the 50 low beds no. And call district oh. Ebeko ebi a cluster of district zones bi ho no man low bed ne bako esi ho no. Say de be ya uhia na be load machines no. Eko baby kwakoye adwuma ewia na san kofa kwakwesi ho no mo a eti cost so.
Yes.
And there has been a lot of thoughts that has gone into it. Maintenance. Because of the maintenance culture of Ghanaians, I can't yanka say you say Ghana, your problem with maintenance. A bind boka ya de kama. Ye be wie no, efie miensa no, uko hu a obeka say nye no na ye kotwa ahom mfefefe no. Na ye gya ma na tisia pansa. Aban hu ni sa because car e machines no ho no eso. Machines no so na e 2 years warranty.
Okay.
And 2 years warranty no, e was a proactive servicing and maintenance a cost of machine no at no cost or zero cost to the government. For the next 2 years no servicing and maintenance in free because of the 2 year warranty and supplier no create what we call the regional maintenance friends say baits.
Yes.
There were more maintenance vehicles fully stocked with parts and equipment ebehia oil and seals and those kind of things are these earth moving equipments and using periodically no say the be ya ni district ebe what region him I don't you know say district we na the maintenance time aso then they move in go and service the machines and make sure say o ma ye o mbibia na machines no akwakoye adwuma say we
okay.
And the team, the 7-member management team are ebehweso as we make sure say the machines are used for the intended purpose. Say the be ya yanka say machines ni ho obehu no na aban kratch panyi bi ana say aban mu ni bi ana say sebio na nabi afa machines ni bi a ne yirefo bi ase machine ni nkodwi ne yirefo so machine nkodwi enkotu ase kan say amna yesie nipa wom bako wo ho nti enkobo amna enkotu septic tank or be ni sa de a enya district ni project any idea no you make sure say the machines are used for the intended purpose, the intended good for the generality of the members within the district. Now, the public interest will be surely achieved as far as that is concerned.
Council, me remember what was so, and one of the big stories I follow up the Court of Appeal ruling. Sure. Moments after ruling the public, no, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, the Honorable Godfred Yeboah Dame Esquire, issue statement ana onoa ensa ene shase medikan kan statement ni munsem amamo dada nyame adom yensa kan Honorable Godfred Yeboah Dame nankasa wa homa ne so Honorable akwa be Ekosiisen so ni
ebato that say
nyame adom na won so
no wa tantaka
okay edi kan me makan wo statement a we issue ye no I don't know the decision of the Court of Appeal and no eba as a shock to you and
no friendly I said because yes was quite surprising to me because this is not the first time I saw cases with financial law cases here. Yeah, from the 2001 now Supreme Court of Ghana, Court of Appeal and the High Court, they have firmly established all the principles regarding them. So they are told who send the financial loss cases here woefully causing the damage to public property, what it is about any procurement breaches. And I say the evidence I leave you a court for that case also has been open to the public. The whole public follow case the case in echo evidence reality. And so far, the lady what Boy Abofuka Rebecca cogent evidence. I say court say clearly was financial loss in the case. The house of financial loss established. The financial loss was established when.
Too bad. Honorable Ahoma Natiko will work the lines and get him back now. No Atwa. So Godfred Yeboah Dame Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana. We'll get him back now. No Etimi Atwa so Eddie and come on what he makes of the Court of Appeal ruling and any the statement. Yes. Honorable Pacho, Wahoma Natiko indeed to Asoma Pacho.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Financial law it was established time Ghana government imported ambulances into Ghana 2014 and make us say if I not even ambulances to imported vehicles or Rebecca cash into vehicles I appoint because Minister for Health now or office at the time I appointed imported vehicles into the country or no answer letters, not one, but at least two HSA vehicles were ordinary vans and which were not fit for purpose. As I say, no ambulance, but no normal buses. And for example, car organizer just structure. Now, apart from that, just medical equipment are not any ambulances out of the castle because of that, ordinary vans. Even the kind of vehicles which were imported were contrary to what the agreement stipulated. Agreement specify particular vehicle as a yadiba for the purpose. I'm say 8309. I'm sorry. And we're importing here 8311. Apart from that, from the body, from the engine size, to even the interior and other parts, other material parts of the vehicle, were contrary to the specifications of the contract. Now, I will say later on medical equipment number. From December 2014 up to January 2017, NDC4 a free power. Now fix any part. And the reason is that the vehicles could not even be converted into ambulances. And the AM Namiko, we a report by the National Ambulance Service and Ministry of Health. Apart from the National Ambulance Service report, Ministry of Health consulted the authorized dealers in Mercedes-Benz because cars, Mercedes-Benz cars. No, my former report in 2015 before NDC4 leave power said no, vehicles ain't been converted into umbrella. Forget about it. So over 2 years, the vehicles were not converted into ambulances. So it was not beyond doubt. Say, as for the financial laws that is established. Until we face our question, when that question has been answered, was there financial loss? Financial laws are established. The next question, I say, more answer. If you're a lawyer, now you're a judge. So, you're charge you. Depending on year, I cost is our financial loss. And that is what we call in law the causation. Establish the causation or the causal link between the act of the accused persons and the offense. Now, again, yes, sure court to say, and yet first accused, now a deputy minister for finance at that time after forcing letters or Troy say and find service else is not transactional, it should not have occurred or would not have materialized because Minister for Health at that time confirmed person supply ambulance or more trauma no. No, only the unfunded sign shares a juvenile. So informal letters, not oral word. I because will be a car and say letters I attend in court. No, on the transaction there, no. Apart from that, nobody in the Ministry of Health authorized this Ministry of Finance. I already said import ambulances and they're going to service the earth. Now, LCs, it's not just anything at all. LCs, we have agreement, almost the vehicles shall be paid for through the establishment of letters of credit. Into LCs, no need to pay the form of payment for the vehicles. What I say?
Yes.
And then say, I can't say, just security. It is a means of payment. If LCs just security, Mumbisa say, how were the vehicles paid for? And indeed, all our witnesses were asked this question and they answered it. And the vehicles were paid for. Lawyers for the defense say, into how were the vehicles paid for? And the vehicles are free. The vehicles were paid for 2.39 million euros through letters of credit established. And the amount was drawn under the LCs. To get the point. So the question is, who authorized the establishment of the LCs? Again, the former Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. Force, clearly that's the evidence. On the throne, 2 letters, dated 7th August and then 12th August 2014. After that, LCC established 18th August 2014. After that, ambulances, friends, big C for no more Dubai, almost supply. In the case, LCC now established ambulance and can supply. Look at the point.
Yes.
Then, what is most curious and say, this is a contractor, and at the time of perform no contract in parallapse. Because the contract was signed in December 2011. And the contract now, no, December 2012, if my memory serves me, I think December 2012. And if you look at the contract now, they had 11 months to deliver all the 200 ambulances. So from December 2012, it will take you up to November 2013. The contract is set performing. And by August now, more thoughts on letters of credit say, ambulance. There was no contract performed. The time for performance of the contract had lapsed. And from again to this is a contractor which is being entered into with the company based in Dubai. It's not a foreign business agreement. It's an international business agreement. And clearly, by the laws organizing co-parliament and co-parliament, parliament and who she now all deputy minister of finance, one has your own. What I say, yes, I will say it is okay. For us, the point I'm making is that clearly we had established a case against the accused persons. It was not in doubt. The accused persons were supposed to open their defense. They had indeed started opening their defense. The first accused person had closed his case. He brought witnesses on the September Bao, September person authorized or document to him, also need document via. There's nothing on record by which he authorized the transaction. Other witnesses were called. Omar Klusi, Japa, third accused, also in the course of opening his defense. Then, after the blue, Court for Appeal comes up with this ruling. Of course, it was an appeal against the ruling on the submission of notice, which had been made by the trial judge in March 2023.
Yeah.
They started appealing that on the terminal, and then that is it. That is why I am surprised by the outcome. But of course, it's not the end of it. I mean, Obi, when we say this is not the first time setback in my effort to prosecute these financial crimes. Even Opuni case in Pono had a setback. The same submission of no case ruling, which was made by the former judge, I think Justice Konyanuga, called Supreme Court first. So surprisingly, Supreme Court ruling by Justice Konyanuga. I had to go and review. I had success on review, and the ruling was reversed. The Asempa High Court said we should have opening defense law. Then there was an application made, and the trial judge then stated we have to start afresh. We have to start de novo, because by that time Justice Onyenigba Wareta again under strange ruling. It was one that really was also against all reasonableness. I took it in my stride, and I appealed against it to the Court of Appeal. And I succeeded. It just as it's normal, just as me, I'm used to know. I say I appeal against this one. And I'm very sure that it will be set aside. But really, the ruling there, in my respectful view, most unreasonable, and it goes against the essence of all the authorities on crossing financial laws. Indeed, there is no case as clear as this one. There's no case in which the ingredients of crossing financial laws have been established in as lucid a manner as this one.
But Council, so what kind the Court of Appeal decision now? Minya be enche 125 pages. But I was just taking a cursory look. So me share because a majority in Joshua a 2-1. So what share the first Justice our cut 2 ne hona Justice Akabuafo. Paragraphs 149, 150, 151 of the decision now. Okawaha 149 or say the evidence further establishes that the ambulances were initially parked at the forecourt of the State House, but they were moved to the Air Force Base at Burma Camp by the National Ambulance Service at the direction of the Ministry of Health sometime in November 2015. Mr. Foster Ansong Brijan, PW1, who testified on 31st May 2022 said, quote, looking at the time we parked them there, the current state, the vehicles have actually deteriorated, unquote. 150 or say, my lords, if the above is accurate, in my respectful opinion, it defies logic that Jakpa at Business, agent of the supplier Big C, would be charged with causing financial loss to the state based on the fact in the record of appeal when the plan put in place to rectify the defect of the ambulances to enable their use has not been implemented because the government failed to meet its obligations under the roadmap agreed to in 2016. In any event, that roadmap leading to the shipment of the part to Tema Port was agreed upon between the Ministry of Health and Big C, not with Jakpa at Business. So it is not clear why Jakpa at Business would be asked, quote, to go and pay and clear the items to rectify the anomalies on the ambulances, unquote. As a corollary but to the foregoing, it bears mentioning that if there are vehicles, even if deficient in certain requisite parts, parked in Ghana, an action plan in place between the MOH and the supplier Big C to rectify the deficiencies and additional parts or accessories in storage at Tema Port for the said rectification, then there is a need to reassess the quantum of the alleged loss, a factor that impacts the case against all the accused in this case, and calling into question the maturation of the charges preferred against the accused persons. It's essentially, the justice of the court of appeal.
Yes, I heard everything. But the point, the judge, with all respect, misses the point. The financial loss was caused not because the vehicles were parked at the forecourt of the State House and were moved to a different location and were left to the vagaries of the weather. The financial loss was caused in the first place when the wrong specification of the vehicles were even supplied. Number two, the financial loss was caused because the vehicles that came were not ambulances, were not fit for purpose, and indeed could not be converted into ambulance. And I've told you that indeed there was a report from Ministry of Health and National Ambulance Services which show that the vehicles that were supplied were so fundamentally defective that nothing could be done. And indeed, this report from the licensed dealers in Mercedes-Benz showed that the vehicles that were actually supplied could not be converted into ambulances. In this, with just vehicles, see one more 10 days to 100 years or 10 weeks exit material. In the first place, the vehicles should not have been supplied. Wrong specifications supplied, not fitted with the relevant equipment, indeed could not be converted into ambulances subsequently. And if indeed a question which now converted into ambulances, from the part of the ruling I read, this thing that you're talking about occurred in 2015.
Yes.
The movement. How come from 2015 now until 2017, NDC for legal officers, they couldn't convert it into ambulances? How come they couldn't fix the equipment? Because it couldn't be converted into ambulances. And that is not based on the oral testimony, it's based on documentary evidence from the licensed dealers in Mercedes-Benz, which we are still in evidence at the trial.
Then based on what?
No, but the point about the fact that even the court for appeal was split in the judgment,
yes,
supports my view. Say the judgment itself is not sacrosanct. Is not one that cannot be impeached, because even the court for appeal, the court for appeal was divided. It was a majority decision, 2-1.
Yes.
And everything in my training and upbringing would dictate that such a judgment ought to be questioned. We have to test the soundness of the decision at the Supreme Court. Not just a matter of testing the soundness. For me, it defied, with all respect, every reason. Because, yes, the vehicles were supplied. Number one, the vehicles were wrong, were not the ones specified under the contract. Number two, the vehicles were bereft of all the necessary ingredients, as somebody would say, for one better expression, the necessary features of an ambulance. It didn't have all the equipment. Apart from that, they were defective. Even the engine capacity, the engine size that was set out in the agreement, the body and all that, all the interior parts were different from what was supposed to be supplied. Now, after that, more than 2 years, they could not be converted into ambulances because there's a report, technical report from those who deal in such vehicles, that those vehicles, with all respect, are useless because you can't convert them into ambulances. So, what again is a video? And as I said, so that's why I made the point there. You cannot have a much clearer case regarding financial loss than this matter.
Than this one. But now, me Busa Council say, based on what then would the Ministry of Health then agree with the suppliers on a roadmap to rectify, for which reason are some parts were imported into this country? And you clearly heard the Court of Appeal judge Akabuafu make that point, say that roadmap was between the Ministry of Health and the suppliers. If they don't understand why Japa at business would be implicated in this matter.
So first and foremost,
yes,
even if this roadmap is valid, anything to go by, it's not after the fact. It's not after the wrong vehicles have been put into the country. It's not after the wrong specification and all the various breaches under the agreement have been committed. It's not also after payment has been made contrary to the laws of Ghana. Payment in favor of a company which did not have parental approval, even though they were supposed to have parental approval. Now, secondly, as I stated earlier on, which I'll repeat, indeed, that so-called arrangement to fix the ambulances could not be carried out because the vehicles should not be converted into ambulances. And it's not, I go for that saying it is as per the evidence that was stated at the trial. So the judges examined that particular evidence or they ignored it. If that evidence was ignored, then that's basis for us to have the decision set aside. And I did not think that there was an adequate assessment of the evidence of the prosecution from the judgment as I have considered it clearly. And if you look at the judgment, the dissenting opinion of Justice Pukwe-Champo, clearly it examined all the ingredients of the offense. It also examined the necessary material pieces of evidence that were tendered by the prosecution. And I think that is what is most important. So where, with all respect, one judge decides to look only at one version of the facts and which will support a certain conclusion, well, I think that it's up to us to question it on appeal. And I think this is not because of any emotional attachment about the case and all. Let me say, I hold a very important office, Attorney General Minister for Justice. I'm responsible for safeguarding the rule of law. And I'm responsible for ensuring that where there's a decision against the Republic, which is really a dangerous precedent, that decision ought to be questioned. Unfortunately, this is not the highest court of the land, it's the Court of Appeal. The highest court of the land is there, and it will be examined or to be composed by judges of 5 judges of the court of the Supreme Court. So I think that indeed, for the sake of ensuring that there's public accountability, upholding the rule of law, and in the interest of the fight against impunity, which is that if you are in public office, you cannot just do as you like. if one ministry responsible for a subject matter actually write a letter saying that no, this transaction should not be proceeded with, and then another deputy minister for finance who is responsible for protecting the public purse, Minister of Finance, before they make a payment, during the process they go through, even as I tell you, sitting here, when I saw the right letters for payments to be made, they will go through and question and I have to justify. So with the fact that you are the Minister of Finance does not mean that you should ignore or disregard all the factors that you have to consider before you make payments. In fact, that's actually the most important duty.
Yeah, but how about Council? How about the points? If there are any people to blame for what happened, it should be officers at the Ministry of Health, because the agreement essentially was between the Ministry of Health and Big C.
Right.
Japa and the Finance Ministry.
No problem. And the same Minister of Health, as I've indicated to you, wrote saying that they did not want to proceed the transaction. And the same Minister of Health never requested the Minister for Finance or the Deputy Minister for Finance to authorize the payments for the vehicles. And the vehicles, as I've indicated, were paid for with the LCs that were established consequent upon the authorization of the Deputy Minister for Finance, Dr. Arthur Foster. So it's as simple as that. Minister of Health that you're seeking to blame, they self-wrote, say no, this transaction, you shouldn't proceed with it. That they do not have money to establish any LCs. Then someone sitting somewhere in another ministry, Deputy Minister of Finance, right to request for payment to be made. And there's no that at all. That request for LCs to be established was what resulted in the payment. But if you look at the agreement, the payment was supposed to be made through the establishment of letters of credit, through LCs. There is no other means of payment. The payment was by LCs. So if you write asking for LCs to be established, what are you requesting to do? In order to request for payment to be made?
But would you also say, subsequent to the letter from Sharia Ite, the for the want of a better expression, the counter letter from the AG in the advice, in this case?
No, the deputy attorney general then actually wrote that they should comply with the terms of the contract.
Mm-hmm.
And the terms of the contract would have required that one, you ensure that there's pre-shipment inspection done. If they had carried out that pre-shipment inspection, they would have realized that the vehicles that were supposed to be supplied were contrary to the specifications under the agreement. Yet, the payment was made when there had been no such pre-shipment inspection. So if you are a Deputy Minister for Finance and there are terms set out in the agreement that you claim you are performing, and the Deputy Attorney General's advice that comply with the terms of the agreement, are you not going to check whether the agreement has been complied with? It's as simple as that.
In this case,
that is why in all these financial cases, a very important element is whether the officer in question was reckless or negligent. And indeed, complete negligence or recklessness is sufficient to actually show mens rea or the intention to commit the offense.
In this case, your understanding is the Deputy Minister of Finance then, for the reasons one find out if the terms have been complied with, pursuant to the advice of the Deputy AG, or omitted that element, of course, in financial laws, right? That's your argument.
Yeah, it's not only him, but all those who were involved with the commission of the offense. We had initially charged the then Chief Director, who had also written letters at that time, and who had actually made some false representations to the Public Procurement Board. So the Chief Director, who was the second accused, actually, or catch a PPA board, Big C was the one which negotiated for the funding of the project, when it was not true. The funding that he was talking about was actually a Stanbic Bank loan, which was never obtained. In fact, that Stanbic Bank loan was even disregarded. And then the Deputy Minister of Finance, Arthur Foster, then authorized that they should pay for the vehicles out of the Ministry of Health account. So it's not only him. The second accused was charged, but it was he was very, very much unwell. He had kidney disorder. He had to be flown to India. So we had no option but to discontinue against him. And then the person whose act also brought Big C into the picture. Big C supplied the vehicles person to the introduction of Japa, of Big C to the government of Ghana. The Minister for Health and all those public officers never knew about Big C. He brought Big C into it, and he even profited an amount as much as 700,000 euros after the 2.3 million euros paid. And Obi, how can it be reasonable that you tier for vehicles 2.3 or 2.37 million euros or 2.39 million? I'm sorry, 2.3 million euros thereabout. Now Obi agents, middleman, or no, 700,000 euros. Anyway, this is Ghana.
Yes, Council. The other thing I may pay clarity on, your insistence. I remember during cross-examination, they said the former finance minister said Tekpe entre evidence just on the order. No, you wanted to see something in writing.
Yes, because he himself even had admitted in cross-examination in matters bordering on withdrawals from the public purse, you always have to evidence it in writing. You can't authorize so being from government purse with nothing in writing. Is it possible? No. Even here, this office.
Yeah, but Atufosin signed for his boss, no?
No, that is not what I'm talking about. So he says that he authorized. No, every person here, I mean, in every ministry. So far as you know the minister, if you are writing, by convention, you write for the minister.
Sure.
You understand? So that for is immaterial, it's irrelevant. So the question is, and even in criminal law, various financial law cases that have been done in the past, clearly, authorities have to defend that the mere fact that you acted on the authority of your boss alone does not mean that you are extricated from liability. Two parties say, will be more as a changer. That's a service. My deputy, after a child, no, 9 gentlemen, penny was me. That's it. Wakoye bibi na aban attention. Oh, no, so agent and strategy. You see, so I can instruct agent. So I can instruct child so go and breach the procurement laws of the country. Now for a child, so he goes to breach the procurement laws of the country. Now you're charging now. So me my boss and strategy. So even if it is true, does that mean that you will not be liable? Clearly, that's poor reasoning. It cannot be proper reasoning at all. The authorities are there. Is that in criminal law, with that kind of responsibility, they will not lie.
But the other thing also would be the parliamentary approval, because you made that point earlier. Is it the case if a contract between the Ministry of Health and a private company, Iowa internationally, as per Article 181, was a parliament for approval near there. Say, why should the agent of that private company and a deputy minister of finance be held criminally liable?
So Obi,
yes.
The share part of the negligence and the recklessness I'm talking about.
Okay.
Say, right now, if I'm the attorney general, I'm supposed to review a document clearly between between Ghana to Ghana and another foreign company, and it is quite many. We are called Parliament. Now, my single Parliament because I have an interest in it. If in future Asempa not approval, say indeed we said that panel because when you say financial laws, these are factors that you take into account. Whether it should have been so clear to you, said no, this one, I think I any say, no, I any say. Do you get the point I'm making? So that's the whole point. I mean, right now, Parliament, say, hey, this is you are going to Parliament, even an agreement that I think the money was refunded. To date, at least they say, oh, you are going to Parliament, and he didn't go to Parliament, and he violated procurement laws when the money was even returned. What about this one? I mean, so I don't think that there's anything controversial about
it. Doesn't matter. Council said the term sheet from Stanbic and there was a founding procurement. No, that one was approved by Parliament. No.
Yes, but that was what was used. They ignored it. They disregarded it, so it doesn't come in at all. The term sheet approved by Parliament was ignored in this transaction. And that is so. As I said, there are more facts in this case which make the case so bad. Say, indeed, if a judge later on says there's no case made by prosecution, it's more shocking. It's actually quite horrifying, very, very horrifying. And I think for the sake of establishing a proper precedent in Ghana law, we should appeal just for that purpose.
But the other thing on the appeal, they say, Ochina legal vacation, the court will resume, I think, in October. That would be barely 2 months to general elections. How would that sit in this whole age?
I mean, it shows that we have, when I'm prosecuting a case, there are no political considerations. I mean, there are no political considerations. I prosecute it on the basis of the evidence and all that. I will say, if someone commits a crime 2 weeks to an election, we shouldn't prosecute the person because a crime is about to, an election is about to take place. I will say, if a member of parliament commits an offense, an MP commits a crime a week or two before an election, we shouldn't prosecute him. We do not take account of politics when we prosecuting or preferring a charge. The charges have already been preferred. Court of Appeal has made a decision. The decision is bad. Yes, I think that equity and justice will require that I appeal against it. And indeed, let me be given the opportunity of doing so. And due process will be followed. The registry of the court is not closed in the vacation. The registry will be open for filing of processes. And even in the vacation, steps can be taken to have a matter heard. These are not unusual rules. These are not rules that I am making for the first time. And these are rules that have existed from time immemorial.
I have heard the argument being made, say, maybe the Honorable Attorney General should have accepted the plea bargain. Some of the accused persons said they too, which would have resulted in over 2 million euros being refunded to the state. Did that happen? So, plea bargain, no, a buy. Why didn't you accept it if it happened?
Yeah, well, if indeed that plea bargain proposal should let you know that the case was not frivolous, that the case was actually quite serious, and that the accused persons themselves were even concerned about the case. Now, the plea bargaining proposal was made by the third accused, and later on, the first accused also wrote a letter saying he had no objection to that plea bargaining and all that. But I'm saying that the manner in which that plea bargaining came, if Obi, that plea bargaining, and then come back again and say, hey, Makoji's Kevin Manoma. The offer was that the company which was not a party to the case, Big C, will be the one which will pay the money, and then the case will be ended. I should just throw the towel and end the prosecution. So clearly there was no direct offer from the accused persons. There was no direct agreement of liability, and then they were saying, they were hiding behind the Big C company in Dubai, that they will come and say, Big C, which is not a party to proceedings in Ghana, and all that. Various questions should have been asked. If I'd accepted that, I'm sure you guys would have questioned my integrity. And if subsequently Big C had defaulted, how is that person going to be held responsible? If Big C had not paid, I mean, how is that going to justify to the people of Ghana? So they said, oh, I entered into a deal with them, and then the same accused person will have gone around to say that, oh, they were not guilty after all, they never accepted liability and all that. So I think that clearly that proposal, even though they were interested in it, they actually set it up as a trap, and I resisted it.
And you are saying, say, pursuant to Section 30 of Court Act, no, say, and the steps say what say we follow in plea bargain, no, say we follow now to the latter, getting concrete commitments, say the monies will be paid, and some money are before the court for the court to give the stamp of approval, and any still.
So we actually indicated to them the terms. We all made our counter proposals, and they were unwilling to more or less. Yeah, we actually inquired from the first accused after he wrote the letter, whether by that he was covered under the Plea Bargaining Act. So I don't know, obviously a politician, so looking at his status as a politician, and then he said, oh, he's not covered under the Plea Bargaining Act. And if you realize, he went on radio, his lawyers went on radio, TV to use all kinds of unprintable words against me, as they have always been doing. They be come out to my team, they didn't call. When I'm dealing with them, I deal with them in terms of the law. I use language that is permissible. in terms of the law. I will never insult any of them. They insulted me and all that, and that's why they plea bargaining field.
Oh, okay. And to mean say
use all kinds of unprintable words that me is not true. They are not coming on the plea bargaining act. So we are not coming on the plea bargaining act. Then why are we not talking about plea bargaining?
It is based on narrative we pushing in the media, no.
Apart from that, I've told you that the manner in which the plea bargaining came
itself, no.
It didn't. Yes, it didn't show that was coming directly from any of the parties to the matter. It didn't guarantee payments because if Big C had defaulted in paying the amount of money in question, how was I going to hold the accused persons liable when they themselves have stated that they're not coming under the plea bargaining act? And if you're not coming under the plea bargaining act, then why are we talking about plea bargaining?
Counsel, my final two questions now for the interview number number one, in your statement, and then some I've heard people say the choice of words in describing the judgment of the Court of Appeal was a bit harsh. And if you say
I don't think so. Which of the words?
For example, say the decision of the Court of Appeal to be perverse. People feel say a bit
no,
harsh.
It's not. I mean, you're a law student, Obi. I'm sure you have come across real judgment in which the words have been used. Perverse has been used. The judgment of the High Court is perverse, and for the matter, the Court of Appeal is set aside, or the Supreme Court is set aside. These are words that are allowed the court of law. They are not insults in the manner that they have always sought to use against that. When I say they, I mean the lawyers for the accused persons. And we heard it, even today, the kind of words that they use on me. No, there's not a single word which is not permissible in the court of law used in my press release.
Okay, into the bit about grossly unfair to the nation and inimical to the fight against impunity and abuse in public office. Which abuse will be the letter signed by the Deputy Finance Minister then?
So I said that number one is grossly unfair. Is grossly unfair a wrong word to use or wrong expression to use? It's not. The phrase grossly unfair. I mean, only say that it's very unfair. And it's nothing over that.
Yes.
When I say it's inimical to the fight against public accountability or fight against impunity, I am saying that it militates against the effort to stamp out impunity in public service. And when I say so, what I mean is that the essence of causing financial loss offense, it is to prevent public officers from abusing their discretion unnecessarily. It's to prevent public officers from acting recklessly or negligently. If you act recklessly in public service, that's impunity. Because indeed, you are supposed to safeguard the public interest. You are supposed to safeguard the public purse. So if you act in a way that causes loss of the public purse or any part of the public purse, that is impunity.
Counsel, now my final question said in America would be now the claim has been made against the Attorney General Godfrey Dame under this administration there have been even more gross abuses of state power in the award of contract and the recent expose there MP for North Tongue.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. No complaint has been made to me about this so-called expose. Most of the time, even yesterday, this was I heard a statement that the money has not been paid and that kind of thing. In any case, we don't even know the facts of the matter. What constitutes a scandal or abuse of the law in the process? I have not heard. Secondly, sitting in this office, every allegation of wrongdoing that is brought to my attention has been dealt with. I am here. I have actually 40 various cases that have been occasioned by reckless acts of the NDC. Recently, we did this BC net arbitration in London. I'm sure the ruling will come out in a month or so, where somebody is suing the government of Ghana for 5 billion Ghana cedis and more as a result of a contract which did not go through procurement approval. It had no procurement approval whatsoever between 2012 and 2019. The NDC government decided to award a contract regarding the port payment system, yes, to a company called GCNet. They first The original contract was in 2002 when there was OPP approval, was for 10 years. And it lapsed in 2012. In 2012, just by a stroke of a letter written by a minister, the contract was extended by 1 year. Subsequent in 2013, they extended the same contract again by 5 years, which was to expire it was expired initially for 3 years, meaning it was supposed to expire in 2016. Before they left office in 2016, they had extended the same contract by 5 years. Can you imagine that? Even before the contract would expire, they extended it further for 5 years, and all without PP approval. And now I'm the one defending it, and I've not made noise about it. And people would just, with all respect, get up and a little small. It's just any people. So you see how they are. When they latch on a little part of the fact without regard to the whole, and they start running to town with it. They don't know the full fact of what they are talking about. Apart from that, there are various cases. The president, even in State of the Nation address, alluded to the 10 trillion cases people were doubting, and I showed evidence of it. Cases mounting over 10 trillion and all that, judgment debt, all arising from the NDC time. So, if it's a matter of matching records and all that, I think the records are there for all of us to see. And indeed, this administration, all the matters, I think even last week also, ABAJ was in court with the Special Prosecutor and all that. There are many cases that Special Prosecutor has been handling against members of this administration.
Yeah. Council, you better say. I believe, sir, we will talk again. I mean, when the appeal is eventually filed, and then other questions about up, no, you don't even come. Why? That's the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice Godfred Yeboah Adame and Motezi and no Edin Come. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Check with your time. 2 more minutes, and it will be 6 p.m. Wow. Mreno Akko Papa. But because Honorable Vondi Abekan and Sawaha already ne lawyer for kwa AD and Komo Dada. But Ansana Mema lawyer Atwaso, and now we focus on interviewing Honorable Dame Ayena Maje Vondi in Swajenchen. Yentie we emresi aye ba yeden Komo no air twaso. Ekosiisen in Adofonum. Stay with us.
Mpanyinza buya kroju amanza potu krotia na so kobing boniti na damna matuananu ya na wonnam misano kwanso Ghana mangma won homereso ya Ghana mangreman homereso na okuya mangreman homereso ene osuna man yokunu eye the new patriotic party na munsiesie mu for the event of the year okuya not constituency mega ofie walk anopa no num no bi biara siesie no ho afa MPP akande abɔ ne ho na yehia mu wɔ manfi runabout na yede nyom ne momome ne osebo ne nantew ne awokeka ne Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia ena Samia ni MPP mpanyin anantewa kosi mampong akuapem kontonchi na yede dwumade no akohyehyɛ so wɔ mampong Coronation Park ɛhɔ na wɔbɛ lunch ɛyɛ MPP campaign nankasa ɛwɔ akuapem mpanyin a wɔbɛbɔ chidom ebe ne Honorable Kennedy Akompra akua Japan yɛn akora Justin Kodua Nana Bugati adodo friend Nana B Nana Ajiman Prempe Anthony Kabu Jeff Kunedu Eastern Regional Chairman MPP esane sa akoyo so na man yokunti nyom to momome ya to nsafre akuku dam nyom to fu a ɛyɛ baby jet asamoagyan guru praye Edem and one account Andy Dusty. So we yoku yapini now ye MPP or Suna man yoku de inyu hu fi jumedim. Ereton safro bia began among the Yasia Fananara ayo Suna man yoku intikai. So we do hubeshembi. Mega ofie walk. Erebaso 3rd August. And upon no num ye befiase wo man runabout. Ne yako wie jumedinu e wo man pong yapim Coronation Park. E ho na jumedi na ya de beshisha so. Obunu man kumo da peje. Osune chini abua.
Ghana Fui Franco Esa the electrical appliances for Frabejaswo washing machines, Asian women, CCTV cameras, and need all clear.
Abi, you know that. Saba mobile phones, this are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the account, anyone says you see na Franco. And now bring the papa, ne water phone say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, Essence tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and chain in a mahoden cry. Franco, Kwabata be a bengo, name of head office, a water braka, one in Roxy Cinema, Nadian, friend 0246 422 338 and a 055 5939 311. Franco, electrical appliances, papa, if he
Minim say Grobo ayesh. Nanswe we say we jiweni and one is say we the 500 Ghana cedis in moho betu EcoBank account mu wo EcoBank in Krabata ana Express Point biare benwo utumi so de fa EcoBank mobile so na wo betumi adi wo chefa wa chede be bro 1 million Ghana cedis e wo EcoBank million gang promo ni mu EMG anio every May bosumi kosi 31st July 2024 enipa be bro 7,000 be feel soft life and kasa. Be ye EcoBank customer o. Na we am fa wo ko ho. Kai say 500 cedis bia wo de beto account mu no. Wonya point wo EcoBank million gang ni mu enne ya. EMG. Enti fasika to account mu enne ya. Na di wo chefa wo sika ne achede be bro 1.2 million Ghana cedis ni mu. Kwampa wo be fast wa jiweni wa brabom. Kwampapa, ebibi man papa. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Akradie ene lady won sa hase. Na ekoso won Caritas platform ne so.
Hey, Awaje, Akwaba, malaria ni chwaso. Hey, enya grow unia fever, meti payment. Na me fe mintumi di. Hey, just me ampa me fufu kra na ya asemo. Hey, upa na fufu. Eh, nemu me gidi se omo ye test ansa na omo malaria grow no ho. Oh, ane, me ye. Enase enkoma malatu. E tu malaria na se one time. Sharp. Awaje, we dey training jeni so. O madam bisa wase. O so wojima bebre ma o. Oni how kra. Ahode wo ho.
Se unya malaria, no malatu atameta lumufantrin egum yawon tablet ene nsuo etu malaria se ewo mpanimfo ene nkwada a wanya bimu se honum no nansa na ho antowo a kohu doctor malatu upadudu atu akọ NS Chemist Limited FDA agye nkra
what my show with ma omba papa to fum na me so be hia scan na onya scan we hia mama me susie nyina aka metum sa
ma we so fa so na bi no sikefia mitua ne gusu mi bia no eso fa so no me frɛ o ma pɛ ina o mo ba me moa ele sɛ obi abɔ ma ba so me didi na eye na mfa so
aya kai sɛ abre bia obey my way insurance no odi obusuani mapa baako ebe hye so me kyerɛ sɛ ofiri mu nko ade a ebe kɔ wo moa na wa na wo ye my way insurance no de ebe kɔ wo moa abra wo kɔ yade kwankro yade anankwanhia abubu agu a wo ye wo ho hwea enye impo wakoda yare sabia ebro na mienu se wadi 18 ekopin 59 a wo apomudin a wo betumi abeka my way abusia no phone ne dial *165# ewo MTN so se sia sanye my way a ka se no way
sika sha nedi sia de se wo twa sika jackpot na wudi a ye be sign the sika ka ho ama wo dia ya doye ama wona wo hia moa
me dakpa na ba alemale jo pokaga dinu ve kpoga mene kaka amanvovo oto society be maya fama ma wona yirawo
ne danyami asise akana kuma so ba be ya debi onya ya nyami mane nya nshe na nyami ntuni kwanda
eti mijina Kwalebu Chief Executive, any management, any orthopedic management na nemu da inuabanas any Adom TV for us.
Mijina Greater Accra Regional Hospital anemu in Penny 4 me HOD Dr. Fred and administrator Auntie Becky and name any midwives, the doctors say you juma hina name the Asida Ainika Bia Emma Multimedia Adom TV.
Sika jackpot. Kaya hwe na ya nyado ye mom. Sha nedi.
Oribo. Ekosiisen
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen. Asempa FM. Obi nebado, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado, Obiba, Obibo, Obi nebado, Ode Asempa nabo. Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo Asempa de brane mamba. Obi so
Masom Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumadi no asugusu a wotie no ma yenhwene yentoaso with our discussion segment. Franco Trading Enterprise boyen ene de eno ebremo into monshane so I said me kind honorable Vondi abeka yensa e wa ofi parliament on final sitting day ansana omako recess and honorable recess we need the till see be elections on moko recess we are and I'm obviously about ansana my breaking you for elections. Oh okay. Okay, Mate. Council, quickly on this Court of Appeal decision and the Honorable Godfrey Damen so de Atuja.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Obi, may be the Republic versus case Lato Forsen and 2 others, no. So I trial mediation action. And I have some personal knowledge of some of the issues across in this transaction in open court, both documentary and matters that has to do with cross-examination and abedra. And I support the call by the of the AG say obey appeal the case at the Supreme Court. No, say the bear what because of this case. One, before even the appeal goes on,
Asempa FM.
Adebakwa mentioned so say we are in a democratic country and we are governed by the rule of law. And once yaji rule of law atumuno na Ghana ya adversarial system your court system no friends a prosecution account mo there na defense so account mo there na the neutral arbiter or a judge so no edin anumsem aba no na judgment no yin ya manyosem efrim na ye ma court ne na adwuma bigidi ye say ene you know, belonging to the other side of the political divide. They are jubilating because of this decision. And so that decision, where a decision a court na ya vilify or more politically. Court na sebi ya can't say me ya fa or more. It is the same court and this decision we say so na aba. Now I've always maintained say judicial system no. It is only the Supreme Court of Ghana that entertains even cases that travel from the district court through the High Court, Court of Appeal, and to the Supreme Court. And they are inundated with cases. It is the last appellate court of this land. And Asempa first one no na single justice and it's now so. Mame efia sewa saribushi and it's now seven so. And away I call a judge for me and some interlocutory appeal on the submission of no case to answer no.
Yes.
Echo and also echo the Court of Appeal. We can say that they can in the legal point, can say the 3 wise men and answer for me and son atanaso. And nobody or decision aba. And no decision on the buy and also no. Or ruling no. Was a split decision. 2-1.
Yes.
Meaning say bako and dane and the other side no so no could have and also no ebelus. Or the other side need between enya victory. Meaning say a clear split decision. And in this matter now, anya unanimous at the Court of Appeal, no. It means that once you go forward, no, there's a likelihood say you may have some success in that. Evidently, Court me kai say ye rajapa you to more open court under cross examination say almost supply ambulance no were not meant to be used. Almost supply ambulance no specification the ma according to Richard Jakpa. The leader of the Japan business, no, I say ambulance almost supply no was through a chain, the account of family, meaning say or man comply with the specifications. Mete say say some documentary evidence the Ministry of Health and also no the buyer no almost also say they objected to say ministry no ebe koso na sa transaction na koso. And at the point they wanted to end the minister prayed say sa transaction and brewery and a whole lot of things. May work court and I may say Richie Jakpa describe the former deputy finance minister Yero said Tekpe then our yes finance minister describing him as evil and the then health minister Madam Sherry IT as evil because Omona frustrated this transaction any idea. I was in court and I may say transaction ambulance the first ambulance night came in around 2014 I think December 2014 or so. Because of the specification and meeting any Sunday man or meant me under that conversion for way over 2 years and sana the government that operated that project and answer operationalized that project if free abem ekoi allocation financial loss to the state because those ambulances have not been put to good use. Yet any ambulance impo and yet me you see for the benefit of the taxpayer ye di sika ekutia sub buses na obsolete buses no eka. And in court Mr. Japa can plain say those buses were not meant to be used. And what is the use of an ambulance? Ambulance any use for the benefit of the people. Say it is not meant to be used that. And because he stated that because he was going by the contractual obligations, say it will be draw it was say buying a clear from the port or clear from the porter now or more notification, no more configuration and that's installation of the other parts.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the same contract that you are relying on, it is the same contract in the car says supply A, supply B, supply C, and you supplied E, F, G, H. Meaning you did not comply with the terms of the contract.
I supplied EFGH because I know, sir, as part of the contract, made me a configuration. I'm an ABC.
No, you were asked to supply a particular brand of Mercedes-Benz ambulance.
Sure.
And no now cost and no near my fabric.
Okay.
And some fittings in that ambulance. Ambulance. The government never requested for a bus to be converted into ambulances. And government interest and say whether you convert it or not, at the end of the day, when you're ambulance. But bus craft abra and as a brand of vehicle ambulance our pen and you're not buy it. At the time not that part now, a bit me configuration of that part now or the buy and anyhow it's that part there or want me and configure. And that has been the hula balloon I result to allocation this financial loss. And because the contracting party near Ministry of Health, now Ministry of Health, and they also have inspection with their allied agencies are more authorized and more capacity to do the inspection and report, or more also notify the finance ministry whether to proceed on paying and answer they should not. But the Ministry of Finance with the instruction and answer the Ministry of Finance, Deputy Minister of Finance, authorized for payment without the party to the contract, that's the Ministry of Health, authorizing or directing the Ministry of Finance to proceed. And it has occasioned losses. It has occasioned losses, it is trite. Say one now one come home, one for due process, near the car bar causation. There has been some recklessness, there has been some negligence, and it's establishing the menstrual element, because for the actuary, the physical element is there. Say you say in an ambulance, a buses, ambulance yet. So it is there for us to see. But to the intention, whether recklessness or negligence, has been established by the actions of some relevant government officials or who play a role in this matter. And it cannot be said, the prosecution in the case, will improve it. I have a firm belief in the ruling of the High Court, the trial High Court, in that decision. And I position, and I believe strictly, with all sincerity and with due respect to the justices at the Court of Appeal, say the AG must move a step higher to the Supreme Court and challenge the decision of the of the Court of Appeal. Maybe the law lords up there may see something different from what has been rendered as. Now they also so the year. Say the same courts now a manufacturing abasa. It is the same court and they deliver a decision now. Ebinuma or more day a court na ye chiapia no Danny Denina no ye court and Tiania cancer for court no rejoicing now. But let caution be saved. Say, one, and the say prosecution ebeka say what decision of the Court of Appeal natum now on proceed further there. Then you can rejoice because it has ended. See, I ended. Now once I was serving notice say obekone nimu ne de e was say de ye bia no ye dwen hu mienu na ye hu ne ye say ene ye wo e chena betimi aye wo ana e chena betimi so aye obi de enu nti de beba bia no ye hu say ye Ghana mra ene ye amamra ena eye adwuma say de be ya amanyosem a ye de for the bibia wo ye mem ha sei no na sabi ye de amanyosem aye an insurance against liability because of partisan political coloration, you know, ebe jai na magana itimi according. You could see clearly from the statement, from the narrations of the learned Attorney General. I say, yes, the prosecution did their best. You could see even from the paragraph that you quoted, and they say the justices, you know, with all due respect to them, anti some of the portions na say because media chiripa almost every trial of this matter no me court. I took time because of the nature of interest that the people of Ghana develop in this matter, no. And now also a commentators on radio and television, you know, in order something can be indicted, an indictment on my own personal reputation, you know. I took time to follow it up. And Obi, the Miyamati Masum and the Miyame Hu Meniso, as far as one, the non-verbal communications were concerned, as far as the verbal communications were concerned, documents tendered in evidence, I strongly support the prosecution.
So,
and one, two, a better boy in the development of our jurisprudence and our criminal law principles and affirm or set new principles for us as a country, for all of us to follow as lawyers and people of this country.
I'll come back to you, Mamintie Honorable Vondi, on this particular matter. And to us, Honorable. Yes, and then who said when the ruling was delivered, there was this spontaneous joy on the minority side in Parliament. That's an most sorry, I mean, who video and I say more tonium any other. Was that the case?
Yeah, I mean, sure, when I Jibra, I mean, for it's more mine. Chama came my day, and then me back home, Madam Confidence in our man pa.
Okay.
And I just have to greet everybody. I mean, today we've been a very victorious day. And then I mean, any other say, or town phone she sharing no ayakwa. Na ama Bible asemo kan ye se de wo susu ye hu nyina no enkosi aga na be dani aba won so no adani aba won so Varatu Forsen is a nice gentleman who is a brother and a party member, our leader in parliament, and we all love him. Na asem we ba ya no, I had followed the case properly. Na I realized that asem we is just political persecution. There is nothing but political persecution. It's not go anywhere. And followed by taper Attorney General engage Jakba. Wamun komo mudi in some Attorney General kikan, you know. It was just very horrible to say the least. I mean, Minister of Justice and Attorney General who is supposed to ensure that there is fidelity in our jurisprudence in this country to stood that low, to be asking an accused person to lie in a court of competent jurisdiction just to implicate another person for the person to be held liable and jailed for a crime he did not commit was really worrying. And really nearby, you know, it was an eye-opener to all of us, and it was a joy. And I was not surprised, with the greatest of respect. I was not surprised at all, because I knew that's what's going to happen. Once, you see, one of the institutions, so much as a Ghanaian is a judicial, service. Because you see, someone told that we been wrong so that court that you won't understand what it is that we're talking about. You will see it as okay, Makinka in book, men who say the tear and other. But you see, sir, when you knew you are telling the truth, but the whole odds are against you. But now when you say mekano, krasama meke, nukure woman Americano. Now so ya pesi ya di uko jina meremini ya di before for any ya di uko tumasa. What adiani sa atuoda? Ube hundi American. Look, you see, Ghana says here, Godfred Dame Yabua, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, adia wa mana Shri Ghana aye yesika 2.4 million euro. Ana Ashri Ghana says here,
Adentia.
Until Onukurano, he is rather causing financial loss to the state more than the people he's accusing. Remember, sir, Sammy Kosono. 1 year, a year manufacturers of the ambulance, Asempa no trano. Would a representative Akojina court? Jakpa, a representative for Ghana, Akojina court. Say, together with him and Atu Force, and they've caused financial loss to the state to a tune also so and so. Machine here, the mono. Look, machine that one port. Monclair machine mpo agua pro no problem. When yan twa wonyan twa momaji musika na yamfa ya machine ko ya baby Godfred Dame Yabua, because of political vindictiveness, decided not to yield to the pre-bargaining agreement. And now hold on.
Plea bargain, yes, simple. So I said
no.
The
Listen.
law sets out processes,
but the processes that the law set out was to lead to a recovery of some level of money.
Yeah, but that was not the proposal that came from.
Is that the truth?
Because one of the things they said, the accused person should accept.
No, you see,
or you're guilty.
You see,
a guilty verdict will be put on the accused person.
You see,
but in this case, that was not accepted.
No, that is not it.
No, read section 30 of the Court Act.
Hold on. The fact that the parties involved had even agreed to pay back whatever money it is, they decided to pre-bargain and pay back the money, whatever it is. No, what is my interest as a Ghanaian? And what is Godfred Dame's interest in any case? If he's being genuine, then his interest will be that there is a financial loss to the state, isn't it? If he is being genuine. And so if there's a financial loss to the state, and that loss, that is occasioned, there is an opportunity to recover those monies, why would you say no? And now I say that opportunity is lost. The accused is walked free. So which one do we want?
But that opportunity
to get the money or an attempt, you see, he will say that, okay, he want to serve a deterrent to those that might be thinking of doing same in the future, and therefore there should be an example. When you cause financial loss to the state, you will be prosecuted, you'll be jailed and all that. And that is why we're doing what we're doing. But the point we're making to you is that from day one, Godfred knew that this case, there was no criminality in the case. He knew.
He didn't.
If he did not know,
so.
Well, that is your...
He thinks there was...
You see, there is an admissible tape that was admitted in the court of competent jurisdiction when the matter was proceeding. A communication that went on between Jakpa and Godfred Dame Yabua. Godfred Dame Yabua's demand on Jakpa did not suggest that Godfred Dame thought there was some level of merit in the case he was prosecuting. Otherwise, why were you forcing Jakpa to go for medical report that are wrong, to go implicate whatever and say things that are not correct? Now, just because you want to jail Atu Force, why would you be doing that in that communication? So from day one, Godfred knew there was no merit in the case. He knew. He knew. Otherwise, listen, as Attorney General, listen, Godfred Dame should be one of the finest gentlemen, lawyers in this country. I give him all that due respect. So if Godfred is doing a good case, Godfred knew the case he's doing, and that if it is good, he knew. If it is not good, he knew. For you to go that extent, say we'll compare evidence from an accused person just to implicate one person for you to jail, it tells you that the guy knew that there was no case whatsoever.
Yeah, but
he was just being vindictive.
But that tape in question, no, the judge will take key possession of the tape, no, it may key. In fact, even though you're better, the about can be about some portions of the tape.
But the point I'm
making 10 times, no, 110 seminar. But
the point I'm making to you is that this tape it's been admitted into an evidence.
Okay, I can't the value judgment, the probative value.
So the point I'm making to you is that the attempt to coerce Jakpa, say what bet me amount evidence be prosecute case, no, tells you that you didn't even have any evidence whatsoever when you were going to court. Otherwise, Godfred, the gentleman who knows the Lord so much, to qualify to be Attorney General, Minister of Justice, of which I respect him for that. Why would he be fishing, looking for go on fishing, looking for evidence from the accused person? Why would he do that?
But at the time,
why would he do that?
At the time, no one closing the case.
No,
it is all kinds of evidence from accused person.
See,
no, they were closing the case.
You see, the fact of the matter is that there was no judgment. As at the time Jakpa and Godfred Dami was engaged.
Yeah, but he had closed his case.
No, but at the time,
because he said Senate office evidence.
At the time, Jakpa was still in the dock. Jakpa was still being cross-examined.
Yeah, Jakpa na make the prosecution had closed the case.
Yes, but you see, prosecution had closed. It could have been open anytime. It could be reopened when there are prima facie, when there are cases, when there are evidence that are pure, okay, that are established. Of course, it could be reopened and be dealt with. But the point I'm making to you, Nise, the gentleman knew that Atuforcing was not wrong from day one before they went to court. It was just politics. And I know more here. Fact is that if he knew that he had case, he wouldn't have any business going to talk to the accused person to give him weapons to go and nail Atuforcing, of which that particular guy denied. Fact of the matter again is that you see, Adia Yekin, Ayagana, Ebetimia to Obia, Asam, Adia your friend Asam, Ebetimia to Obia, and this obiti out there. Nasa Samu Yekin, officer because it's NDC. Atuforcing is an NDC, and therefore young Fanyano, you don't know when you're going to get issue. You don't know your matter when your matter is going to come. Listen, Yakase, there is an allegation of over $30-something million payment to a particular company that company is crown is not solvent. Per the attorney, friend saying, what's the name? This report from Auditor General's report. There is an allegation, say, Yetria Sesikawe, Amasa company, say, Onkoto ambulance spare parts. Listen, can you imagine if this allegation is proven? Can you imagine if 2.4 million euro, we should be working around a little over 3 million or less than $3 million, okay? Is getting this kind of public sentiment and going to court, going to get accused person, to get evidence from him, to prosecute your case, every means necessary to jail the guy. If it is generating this brouhaha, can you imagine what over $30 million to go and buy spare part for ambulance? The ambulance, like I say, you're trying saying, don't want you're trying to send an abba, Bruce Sikano. Don't want Kasani Elbono. You're trying saying an abani adiba don't know. $30-something million. If it is proven that money is truly paid to go and buy spare part for an ambulance. You see, let's be careful in this country. In Tinubeka say Nadia, oh, I have to forcing, oh, I NDC. We're talking about with the greatest of respect. We're talking about 2.4 million euro. I mean, you know, But yes, the principle is that when you cause financial loss to the state, that the law must deal with you. But the point we're making is that we thank God. I want to thank the appeals court judges who saw wisdom in this whole thing. Say, Atuforsen did not do anything wrong. But you know something? When the matter was proceeding, when him say, Setekbe, Atuforsen's boss, Eba, me ebis tutu nano. Setekbe agreed that he assigned Atuforsen to do what he did, isn't it? Oh, come on. So why are we worrying Atuforsen again?
Yeah, but the counter argument is that he didn't show any evidence on the mass authorization.
But what evidence is bigger than the person himself sitting and admitting? Listen, any document you have on your table could be forged and could be used as an evidence.
Yes.
So no evidence is better than the person himself sitting down, and he has no mental disorderliness. He is not mentally disabled. He is not individual. This is a finance minister saying that I authorized my deputy to engage in this activity in an open court, a court of competent coordinate, a court where evidence is taken on oath. What again would you want to say, sir, because one for paper, a paper could be doctored, it could be signed, it could be anything. But the gentleman himself sitting down. In any case, what evidence is more powerful than what I'm telling to you today? What evidence is more powerful than that? Papa ya beka nsemu we nyina na tukura wa ya mudenya. Obi wunka ho samika mu ha. Eni wo na ya kasen atu aya den. What is it? Listen, and remember besi krom ho. We have seen a lot of corruption allegations in this country. We have seen Australia visa scandals. We have seen Kelly GVD or whatever they call it. We have seen a lot of things. So we have seen 30 million and overpaid for spare part for ambulances. So we have seen too much money in this country. Let's be careful. But you see, we thank God. We thank God. I would just want to advise Godfred Yabo Adame, Attorney General, and Mugwasiano had also a man dodo. My man call Supreme Court. And Mugwasiano number one. You see, some of these things that I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not supposed to be saying it. Godfred should rather put me in a class and be lecturing me. I'm sorry. A lawyer cannot engage an accused person without his lawyer. This one, you don't need to be a lawyer to know. Listen, for example, say me a lawyer, na me a lawyer. Na say I accuse you. The person who is prosecuting this matter cannot be calling you the accused without me. And Godfred should know this. Number one, that is number one. Number two, to extend that, you see, hey, you see, Obian kwaya business kakran san wa be politics. Look, me, Fondi, me, call you on phone and be talking about those things, and you think I don't know you are recording me? Really? Come on. I mean, that is too little to know. To extend that at the end of the conversation, you are asking, say, I hope you are not recording me. Really, must you ask before you know? So why was he asking? Because he knew that what he was saying borders on illegality. Again, and number 3. Say, no, the court had decided to discharge and acquit the accused to go free. See, you see, if I was dummy, I will let the sleeping dog lie. But hey, but he has a right.
But because I work as on we're going to any master.
Yes. I want him to be
my
prosecuted.
Point would be, sir, the Court of Appeal decision on the ruling of the High Court.
Yes.
And yet on BB Adame aye.
Yes.
A High Court decision, a Court of Appeal
yes. Now one brand the court in Chivier and San and should come in your neighbor.
The accused person is not a file a submission of notice. And a court ruling on that. That has been overturned. How does that concern
that? Hear me here, Menria.
Yes.
What hear me Obi? Me say the beginning of this case was just a non-starter.
It shouldn't have started
at all. At all. I think that Godfred should have some powerful level of investigation.
Okay.
I bet me poor catcher and they said, yeah, me call ye, and Kosiaga. And that, you see, if you want to deal with somebody, Anya Kranu, find some little iota of truth in the things you are carrying. But this time around, look, when your boss asks you to discharge a duty and you do, then you will be arrested. And your boss can say, hey, put it on me, man. Put it on me. I got the guy to get the job done. Put it on me, man.
And yet,
what's it there?
And yet straightforward.
Hold on.
When it borders on crime, there will be a lawyer back at you, vicarious liability.
Hold on.
And applying crime when it's crime.
Put it on me. Put it on me. We'll say I won't put it on him. Okay. Hey, yes, you can't some now. Can you say, or say, I take your money, let me walk away. Or say, me, you see, no. I didn't know. Say, no. God to say about
interestingly, no. The plea bargain proposal, no, was not from the party, so
no.
It was from a third party.
No, listen.
And that's what AG said.
Jakpa, you see, AG is not understanding. Maybe he's a little confused. Listen, Jakpa is a representative of the manufacturing company.
Sure.
Correct?
Sure.
Is Jakpa not being prosecuted too?
Jakpa is being prosecuted.
So the representative of the manufacturing company is being prosecuted.
Yeah, but the manufacturing company is not a party to the suit.
So the manufacturing company says that you are prosecuting my representative.
Yes.
And therefore, what is it? It is money. Get your money.
No. That's not what Section 30 of the
Hold on. I know about Section 30. So listen. What you will do is that possibly rope him in.
Rope who in?
The manufacturer who is proposing a bargaining to pay your money. Hold on.
Oh, Jesus. I'm a lawyer.
I'm an answer. But the point is that you can do all the law you want.
Okay.
You can decide to talk about all the law jargon you want. What is on the table now is that we've lost the money because Godfrey Dami decided not to engage in the pre-bargaining agreement. And the guys that he's prosecuting, they've also walked free. So who is causing financial loss to the state now?
Okay.
Is Godfrey not the one causing financial loss to the state now? But when him, me de radia say, some me bra ato, Hazel, doctor, with free,
minority
a brantie, or a minority leader. Na oyobia Ghana dana kumaso, ejuma or yema Ghana no son. And inteno. 1 year a di boni faru for no ankosiaga yet radiase. Confront want to go to Supreme Court. Oh, it is his right to go to Supreme Court.
Okay.
But I will only advise him, if he will listen, he should just back off. It won't go anywhere.
Emanin kwa appeal no.
So kwa appeal. Oh, and Guasia Ketua, yes, and Guasia Kessie. Look, it should not go. It will help him. But we thank God. The NDC, we are happy. Ghanaians are happy. Central region, we are happy. All the NDC and all the law-loving people are happy, unless the vindictive ones. But all of us are happy, and we are happy in Parliament. We'll come back. This agenda of prosecuting the wrongdoers of our country will continue. It will not stop.
Even after elections,
oh my God, have mercy! It will continue. And then, you're passing bill back also of Parliament.
I'll come and talk to you about that, maybe.
Bill back, whatever.
Any affirmative action?
There's another one, as I say, no dual citizenship.
Oh, it's been passed.
Oh God, have mercy!
Oh, it's been passed.
The will work.
Also, I know when you're about to pass him right and take retroactive effect.
Oh, that be said. Listen, judges' questions matter have not been determined.
I've not said so.
So if you say retroactive, I know what it means by retroactive. It has not been determined. It's a matter in progress. So there are evidences that may come and affect that matter. I know. I know.
Okay.
So the law, I know it.
It is good. It is good, say, Honorable Vondi, Ekasano, or you two say on your lawyer. And in Tinka, the learned attorney general of an internal classroom now on China, dear.
The man can say, Monsieur, or no, Nanka say, na quite said a mere mum, me mum,
I'm coming. So I'm going to teach you. The reason I'm going to teach you. Men Chama, let the Attorney General, the first thing, and he said, for every criminal trial, one, all relevant documents, all material evidence prosecution be rely on in prosecuting the matter, no, or the man or supply man the defendant, no, said the bear almost so beshe no more they are prepared or more defense. And it is not true anywhere. Say Japa Emma Gofredame documents, evidence if you Japa to prosecute Japa. It should be stated on record. Under cross-examination, Japa admitted, said the time or no Sunday, some letters at the core age phone. So I think they also sent 3 letters on age's phone. No, not those documents. No, had already been supplied to Japa and his defense team. No, way back in 2020, a charge sheet was filed in court. And it should be noted. 2. ASA Atuforsen Dame knew say Atuforsen was innocent, but he was prosecuting him. The evidence available and investigations are almost show that he was liable. And AG the charges, preferred charges against him or the court. The High Court ruled say a case has been made against them and it will open of defense. I mean, can say Dr. Case Atuforsen are closing the defense. The first, the second, the third accused person, Richard Japa, as also know, one the testimony, he has been cross-examined. The third witness, and was sweeping down and was in the box. Our fourth witness was supposed to be in the box today at 12, until the decision of the Court of Appeal was delivered. And there's no way Abubakar said it is persecution because he knew he was innocent. It is never true. It is palpable falsehood. Again, on plea bargaining, Section 30 of the Courts Act 1993, Act 459, no, plea bargain can be entered into by parties to the suit, and I say by the accused persons admitting their guilt and pleading with the agent of the prosecution said they want to negotiate on settlement. It is how come a third party, an agency, Japan business in this matter, you're charging it differently. Yeah. Say you're big sin, you're charging that a Japan business has no business in this trial. Henuti say Japan business and you're charging on some matters. And Japan benefit from the almost 2.4 million euros, no, or no as agent, a benefit 700,000 euros. The principal Ninya say he admitted that in open court. And when asked, say the agent say because you the agent, you know, when you 700,000 euros or principal no ebenya say now with the sense supply ambulance, you know, and the agent suggested to them said that is the reason why they supplied obsolete vans. They supplied obsolete vans as ambulances. And on channel and so again, Mr. said Tepe, knowing the ramifications of the trial, say authorize a case that to force no, knowing say in public can I say in the public service ministry, you know, it is the sector minister and they take it responsibility of the ministries. Deputy ministers, no, they only support their ministers at the instance where they authorize them formally. It when asked, said offer any evidence or the authorizing to transact what he did, Embrano, he said he authorized him verbally because on Besobe conflicted himself. And we should know one thing, that he belongs to a political party. The person under trial is a member of his political party. And this same person on the case authorizing Ubino has been named in court by the third accused person as someone who is evil, who sabotaged the project when he was deputy minister because he did not want the project to go through in open court under cross-examination whilst he was in the dock. Obi ana oye deputy non person project in the course no. I don't be a minister or no be authorized Obi say continue with that project.
Yeah, but the counter argument has been made say Honorable Setekpe knew the weight of responsibility on him when he mounted that dock or swear oath.
Absolutely.
And on him say the crime of perjury or lie. So chantro on oath. Do you think he would risk the reputation, the fact so me go jail and come and lie?
So that is the reason why he simplified his response.
Yes.
That he authorized.
So no one authorized it.
Documented the way. Because when you authorize somebody, the person signs in your name.
Should it always be in writing?
Absolutely.
Say authorization should always be in writing.
Absolutely. Because you are bonding the state in a contract, you are authorizing for payment from the consolidated fund, and you cannot do that on your own accord. It must be under the express instruction of your minister.
Yeah, and the minister says, I gave that express instruction.
Absolutely. So, you see, say, okay, say Ghana at 50, try on air course or not. I think say Dr. Rekubrobi had relevant documents because during the handing over, and I think say he made copies of those documents in the CA. And it's when matters became hot, or I do certain evidences in court or tender some documentary evidence vindicating in the procedure. This is a government we continue to say governance is a continuous process. And into all free ministry, you give what we call a handing over note.
Yes.
And all these material documents, whether you gave due authorization, is documentary enough, there are copies at the ministry. You get it. And knowing very well said there exists nothing of that sort, he chose a neutral response that he authorized him. What's evidence you have to show? I have no evidence to show. So it is your word against my word. Opa GD, Opa Menjindi, and nothing can be done about it. So in addresses, say case a proceeded to the last stage, the lawyers would have commented on this subject matter and would adduce relevant legal principles and legal authorities to support that position and make their case in court before the judge to persuade the judge to rule in a particular direction. What the evidence court? It is the weight and the probative value of the evidence, and then establishes something that you want to establish. It is not just mere dropping the phone in court. Send me the evidence. What is the weight of the phone I will drop in court? Relevant to the matters in dispute. And what is the probative value of that evidence? This is what matters before the court. And again, he kept on mentioning, say, or friend, no, say, onye uncle Kansembi, na ye indicted the first accused person, ye convicted because onye she. Oh, honorable member, you see, that tape was admitted in evidence. The judge, the trial judge, can say, we tape, no, that segment, we 10 times. There's nowhere in that tape, I would say, the Leonard Attorney General, captured the third accused person, to say what the narrative is outside. What can be said here? And until you free a castle, and yet, on that instance, say on the adjournment, the agent said he was going for an arbitration outside the country, and he wanted to be present in court. On that tape, once it's in evidence, we can speak to it. And he's going away, so if he can, like, give an excuse or something. It is there. It is record. We can't lie about this thing.
Yeah, but the excuse, a created excuse.
Absolutely. You can go on for misconduct or whatsoever, but that does not affect the matters in dispute. That's a separate matter, a separate arbiter. And the answer it is not before that court. And the answer do you get it?
Okay.
And I have served notice. Sanka prosecution say the decision that has been rendered by the Court of Appeal a final where James on to asu biwa. No, and
okay.
Enka yet enka honorable Vondi ebe ka the kasa working and nisem working. But once it is not final, now there is another leg or another layer of the judicial system. The AG has served notice say obe explore no. Yenhwe ye kasa bi ne ye niema bi yi.
Okay.
Na ekodu ho no mo na anyesa de na wo pe na
wa meka
asem foforo. Enka de minim ni say ye nyina ye Ghana fo. Sabi.
Oh meba.
Sabi obi ye nyina ye Ghana fo. Say de ka say odo kesilato force no. Ampa odo unua na kasa bi say no edu say ya eye abotoy kan say eye atoboase ani anobrɛbrɛ. Say de be ya edipa no the determination and resolve no ye betimi aka me no na nyina kan nsɛm bi wɔ hɔ no mo a ebema ya so yentwa nipa no ede but nsɛm bi say ekɔ a na ɔwɔ another leg of betimi explore na going through the decision no onu say there are loopholes as far as the weight of evidence adduced are concerned and to explore the probability of he succeeding near high na so succeed na see back to court in the likelihood event see back to court to continue with the trial no na and favor o wadamfo na why na mo anase wa anye na mo in any case there has been certain allusions say case lato forcing e de aduanum bi kob acheopa ene nema there has been certain admissions enye agitu mo hanom say the third accused person no ne principal make some attempt at plea bargaining na onye party to the suit any ade nyina it comes to tell you say boni bi di honom a Onya boni bia na wo se makoto ade about oh metuaka any ade e na hu ntia so betuaka na ade e said dey ho no e tie careful
ma mentie honorable answer na no of some of this man we say happy blessed birthday to COP Kwesin Cancer retired or a former commissioner of police. We wish you a wonderful year of good health. May your birthday be filled with many joyful hours and the coming year be blessed with happiness for you. Have a fantastic birthday. It's from the Japan family and your wife Ohima Kukua, Queen Mother of Achim Adadientem. COP Kwesin Cancer retired. I'm told you're an ardent listener of Ekosiise and a fan of this show. Thank you and have a blessed birthday. Yes, Honorable.
Council is aware that the fact that monies are paid in itself does not constitute illegality. Sure. But that is point number one. And it's okay say so when you say on your boni be had an person just can back. Fact that monies are paid in itself does not constitute any illegality. So that's point number one. Point number two, you see, assuming without admitting, Pose, Godfrey Dami Yebua, and ni Jakba, and Komo Mudi, you know, and yeah, no na Godfrey, AG evidence and son what the prosecutor Asempa. The mere fact say the prosecutor engaged the accused without the accused lawyer in itself is absolutely wrong. And who should know better? It's Godfrey Yeboah, damn my good friend. Who should know better? Point number three. Say everything you want to say. Take the case wherever you want to take it to. Now we have lost the $2.4 million and we've lost that deterrent image you want to create, which would have been better.
Now, have we lost the $2.4 million?
The people wanted to. Why are we in court? We're in court because Godfrey believed that Atu's behavior caused the financial loss to the state, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. What is the remedy? Godfrey's remedy, option of remedy, ni say, Yamfa Atun kotum na afufrofo anyebium, enya saa no ochere. And that is why he's in court, isn't it? And then there was an opportunity to recover that money. Okay? He decided not to go for that opportunity. Minewoka say the court of
that proposal was not made by the parties involved, by the accused person.
But a point I'm making to you, Nise, the representative of the people who made the proposal were part of the case. Jakba is the representative of the guy out there, the big fish. Is it the big fish they call it?
Big C.
Big C. Jakba is the representative of the big C in Ghana. Jakba is part of the accused persons. And so that was the reason the big C could make that gesture. Say, Asemano, Yankane, number two. Look, so whatever it is, whether it was made properly or not, there was an attempt and there was an opportunity we could go for the money. Number three, now no, we've lost these two legs. Wouldn't it be better if he had gone for the money? Now we've lost the two legs. Now you want to go to appeal at the Supreme Court. The American say, look, I trust in the spirit of justice in this country. And I trust in the sense of reasoning that these judges will take into determining cases in this country. We are talking about taking somebody's husband, somebody's father, somebody's constituent leader, a member of parliament, to jail for $2.4 million. You think the judges will not reason through properly and see whether the law permits that? They will. And I tell you, from the beginning of the case, Godfrey knew that Atu would walk if justice is delivered. And I'm happy that we still live in a country where I can beat my chest and say that Ekoko kwa yeduru court beke bia ma yeni ubia we say ami wahi Minio bia. Edru kotra. See, ya bebom ya kanedo. Bia o befa biara. Kwa asutine no. Oh yeah, franga. Se okono ye di denara. Oh ye nyinara. Oh yeah, bom ya kanedo. Bia befa bia. Oh, everybody say, listen, this case is dead and this case is gone.
It is a Supreme Court ruling otherwise. Would you still be saying?
I believe in the judgment of the Supreme Court. They will not be whimsical or capricious in delivering judgment. They will uphold the decision of the appeals court, and that is it. Listen. Let me not even say it that way. If the trial judge at the High Court had finished hearing the evidence before this judgment from the appeals court, the trial judge at the High Court would have asked Atu to walk.
Oh, sure, that's no dear.
Listen, she would have walked without any jailing or whatever. Atu would have walked free. Because you know why? I have listened to the cases, I know the evidence, I know what it is, and have followed through. Okay? Atu would have walked, and there was nothing anybody could do about it. Godfrey couldn't do anything about it. Again, let me advise Godfrey. Dia wani yen namono. Ya wajina yetise oberema oye odom berema no. Ni huye hu. Ewrade hu konkro ni huye hu. Wadi ya samayen. Godfrey kakra atuwi fatna fie. Enkogu animasi was appeal court to be who.
Said the accused persons they call appeal no. So almost all right so
again, I have never taken his right away from him. Hold on. The fact that I've not taken his right away from him does not stop me from advising him. He's my brother.
Very well.
So he's advised, not forced. And yes, sir. The abeto no.
Ebeye kese.
Ewrade hu ne mobo.
Mate. Obi, ebebo mi aka no do. Aha. 1 second.
1 second. Yeah, careful.
1 second.
Lawyer. BGDA said there are layers of our court structure.
Sure.
And Obia war the right to appeal.
Yeah.
The AG has 7 notice say Obe explore the right of appeal at the Supreme Court. Say notice of appeal will be filed.
Okay.
Now me can authoritatively say AG appeal this decision me ebe me yapa.
Wa appeal
ebe me yapa as a person.
I think he will receive.
Say Ojina say wa anya appeal na
ebe me yapa. Ebe me yapa. Ebe me yapa.
I'm
urging him on in the interest of our nation.
Okay.
And for the betterment of our jurisprudence. The betterment of our jurisprudence. Uncle.
Mate.
Movie of one side, Sputnik, okay, Brandy, or cotton Sputnik. Yeah, each Sputnik be $9 million and $9 a day or so. No. Oh, Mukai, the Amwako traders come more Munina, Juma, so ya got $200 million. I was part of Western Housing then. See, I'm finding a crime beautification and the Menuya, ya quite a project, ya nebu. Will be great trace come on the side cry and Chirano. More you, now movie of one son. Namuhamu dio. The Ababanusu.
Obi. We should not condone illegality.
Yes.
Obi. Say ya chichiro maya. Enya musho. So obi aye bonia. Yen chini ko dina mrenim. Obi. Ya anya ne sa. Our country will not see its good health.
I agree with you on that.
Enuti. So obi aye bonia. That is why Parliament exercise oversight over the executive and other arms of government. Enuti. Munyimpie. Na sisi no starting wadwuma. Na emboaye my Ghana.
Mate. Lo afọ kwa ye da say. Honorable Vondi ye da say. Nyame ya adom ochna ye besen atoa so Ekosiisen has been fantastic. Take a listen to this.